Ahem. Whoa. Wow. Hello there. Hope I'm not that, like, not too lag. Oh my. And encoding order. The moment I join in here, I'm encoding order. And a lot to bear. Lots to bear. And the camera can't actually see me properly. Many issues. Using faster encoding preset. Well, so far I don't see any issues. How much you guys be able to see? Guys won't be able to see or hear me. Really depends. At the moment, the system I use to stream at my streaming PC is kind of like on the fritz. This is why I kind of like hold in like the loading screen is a little bit longer than usual. Hold on a little bit. I have no choice but to choose force restart. Man, there's still quite a lot of stuff I had to work on. Still a little bit sick, but not that sick, so. Either way, hello there everyone, my name is Kiray, and I am your host and your voice. Hey you? May or may not. No idea. Heck I'm doing. Alright. Okay, could be better. I haven't done an early morning stream. Long time. Yeah, I pick a nighttime where I kind of already like more awake. Right now, quite half awake. Just like the most fabled legends, and half awake. But I can use puns. And my model is on the fritz too. I need to fix this. Keep looking up for no reasons. It's just the camera doesn't really want to face properly. Okay. Huh? Let's just choose. tracking. To this one. Back on. Look. Staring at the gigabyte. Is kind of open max. I didn't even. I'm squinting right. It's either open or closed. Your open is more like fully open. I need to use an angle like this. I really cannot use camera like this. And I need to fix my eyes again. Back to -1. Everything should be okay. Man, there's so many things. Wow! I just saw something unnecessary in my other computers. So seem to be it seems to be Microsoft doing his things again, which I fucking hate. To be honest, if you give me a chance, that will not choose to have this much memories. Already been quite. Hi there, boy cat. Yeah, currently I'm kind of like looking at my memories just from the Discord, like this and that. Why is my Discord eating this much? I don't know why. Like, why does like 1 gig of memories being used in this? I know, like, gosh dang, like Windows has been like doing lots of weird ass shit lately. All of my RAM has been eaten by it. This is why most people can't really like watch me playing like gaming. Not that I don't want to, it's I don't have the memory capacity to. Like having like a Vtuber studio like models like turning on and then have this and that, yeah, this stuff. Every single time, it's weird. It's weird that every single time that Windows have like one random update, and it breaks all of my stuff, and I have to again. Oh, that's the most heinous crime they did. Constantly toward me. Oh, if I sound kind of tired, maybe I am. I haven't really like do this kind of like early stream for a very long time. Mic hub. Payment, is it in here? Like, oh yeah, I can scroll it down. Not about. Equalizer APO. Just have to make sure my mic is working. Aha! It is not. Oh my gosh. I may have to restart computers again. Curse you, Microsoft! No wonder in some of my record, like my mic is like really low for no I haven't pressed start streaming, so that's the reason. That's the weirdest reason why. Du-du-du-du. Alright, since not lots of people here doing a little bit chatting stuff, I'm kind of like, yeah, and one of the reasons I'm like quite silent in the first place, so nobody want to chat with me. But either way, hello there, my name is Kiray and I'm your host, and your voice with a voice here is to entertain you and may not. I have no idea what I'm doing. Seriously, I really have no idea what I'm doing. At the moment, like, I've been like very long time having like stream in the morning. So my brain is still kind of like adjusting from it. I just like yesterday I was supposed to stream, but I felt really tired. I'd be like, you know what? I'm going to sleep early, wake up early, and do the stream early. I overslept. I think I'm sick. Yesterday. That's why I kind of like felt really tired. Yeah, yeah. Got my vertigo medications. It's been a while. Actually, I was like pretty dizzy this past few days too. So yeah, I think like I need to retake my vertigo medication again. Life over here, that is not easy. And this is fucking hilarious. I should open up for you. Hear it too. This is like stupid.
The TikTok DoorDash girl filmed a naked man passed out inside his own home and then posted it for nearly 30 million people to see, and then claimed that she was the victim. So naturally, she got hit with 2 felony charges, and after months of failed plea negotiations, she has decided to fight this thing in front of a jury.
This is related. They just punished me for posting about my while DoorDashing. They just fired me. And the police are doing nothing. I lost my job. And that was my only way to make money to pay my bills.
Now,
if you guys don't know about this, okay, she do her job as a DoorDash. See the door is kind of like not locked, so she open the door, go into it, see a guy pass out drunk on the couch. He decided to take a video of it and then post it on TikTok, and then claim she got, like, you know, you got SA. If you don't know what SA is, I can't say anymore. I'm good to go stream anymore. I can't even say too much about it, but yeah.
If you watched my last video on this case, you would know that we've been waiting forever for something to actually happen in this case. I literally flew to Oswego, New York to watch Olivia Henderson appear in court, only to just, you know, get there, see everyone. I saw her there, and then everything got postponed. Or, well, it wasn't technically postponed because it got moved up to county court. So essentially, I just had to pack up my bags, go home, and waited. Then she got indicted months later. And now, after even more months of court dates and motions, and I guess trying to work things out behind the scenes, we finally know what's going on because Olivia Henderson is preparing to go to trial.
The internet can't seem to get enough of the criminal case of Olivia Henderson, the now former DoorDash driver, on TikTok, claiming she was harassed by a customer, naked, asleep on his couch, when she delivered his order last year. But then police charged her because she recorded him and posted the video.
So she appeared in Oswego County Court again on July 31st, and Olivia and prosecutors have failed to reach a plea agreement, which is pretty big because remember, what she's accused of doing here back in October 2025, Olivia was delivering a DoorDash order when she arrived at a customer's house, and according to her, she found the door open. And inside was a dude passed out on his couch naked from the waist down. Police later said that he was drunk, unconscious, and incapacitated. So Olivia recorded him from the outside of the apartment and posted the footage to TikTok, where it absolutely exploded. And we're talking 30 million views. I mean, that is a lot of people seeing a passed out dude naked. That is not ideal, especially because obviously this was without his consent. Then she also claimed that the man had intentionally exposed himself to her and said that she had been assaulted. The woman who recorded a man without his permission while he was unconscious claimed that she was assaulted by said unconscious man. Something's not adding up here. Regardless, police investigated this and said they found no evidence that an assault actually occurred. So they said there was no physical contact, and their investigation concluded that the man had been unconscious on his couch because of alcohol. And last time I checked, it's not illegal to pass out drunk on your own sofa. It is very unfortunate that the dude managed to leave his door open though. Regardless though, the man wasn't charged, Olivia was. And she's now facing 2 felony charges: second-degree unlawful surveillance and first-degree dissemination of an unlawful surveillance image. So this is the act of filming him and then the act of posting these videos on TikTok. But here's where this update gets really interesting, because for months, I mean, one of my biggest questions was, how do you defend this? Because, you know, she filmed it and she posted it. That's what she's being charged for. Well, I would think this would be case closed because there isn't too much mystery about it. And apparently, her own attorney also agrees with that part. So her public defender, David Smallwood, told News Channel 9, I think there's very little argument on what the evidence actually is, on what actually happened.
Her public defender challenging the prosecution's narrative she invaded her victim's privacy, an argument he's asking the judge to rule on.
Well, it is reasonable to expect for most people that you have privacy. If you do something to not have privacy, then you no longer have a reasonable expectation of privacy.
Emphasizing it was the customer who left the solid door open with just the glass door as the barrier to his home.
And that seems to be the argument they're preparing to take into court. They're not really fighting over whether Olivia filmed and posted the man. They're fighting over whether doing that actually meets the legal requirement of, you know, these felony charges. And I guess a huge part of this argument comes down to two questions. First, how much privacy can you legally expect from inside your home when your front door is open? And number two, was this man's front door even open in the first place? Because Olivia's attorney is now leaning hard into that first question. Smallwood says the homeowner's door was left wide open, exposing him to the public. Basically, the defense appears to be arguing, yes, this man was inside his own home, but the door was wide open, so anyone could see him from the street. So essentially, if his door was wide open and someone standing outside could see him, that he still have reasonable expectation that no one would see or record him. And I guess that distinction matters because the unlawful surveillance charge involves recording someone at a place and time which that person has reasonable expectation of privacy. This isn't just like Olivia's attorney standing up there and going, well, what she did wasn't that bad. No, he's attacking the actual part that the prosecutors have to prove. I can at least understand the legal question they're raising. Like, if you're standing naked in front of a giant open window facing a crowded sidewalk, do you really think no one's gonna see you? But I guess that brings us to the second question. Because before we spend 10 minutes debating on what an open door does to your right to privacy, I would like to know whether this door was actually open or not. Because Olivia is saying it wasn't. We had early reports saying that it was like open, but not fully open, and that she pushed it open. But the big problem with that is we haven't seen any proof that that was the case. All we really have is Olivia's side of the story, and obviously the video. So essentially, Olivia's maintained that she arrived and found that door open. And some of the more recent reporting describes it that way too. The Oswego County News reported in June that the police said that she arrived to the customer's apartment and found the door open. But if you remember the original controversy, people were going frame by frame through the footage and were questioning whether that was actually what happened. Because you had a whole bunch of claims online, at least early on in the story, where people said the door wasn't wide open and that Olivia maybe pushed it further open herself before filming inside. And that obviously would be a very different situation, because obviously there's a massive difference between I walked up to this house and there was a naked man visible right there, or she walked up, the door was kind of open but not fully open, she kind of saw a glimpse of the guy and then pushed open. I don't know. There was also some early reporting alleging there was ring camera footage from a neighbor. So again, this will be really interesting to see if that's true or not. And right now, based on the reporting we have, I don't think we should pretend that the question has been completely settled. What we do know is that police said Olivia recorded the man from outside the apartment. We know Olivia says the front door was open. And now we also know that her attorney is arguing that the door was wide open and that this man gave up some reasonable expectation of privacy. But whether the evidence actually backs that up, I guess we'll see that in court. Because obviously, if the entire defense leans on the dude's door being wide open, hopefully nothing comes out that disproves that. But regardless, despite all of that, all the headlines are now saying Olivia Henderson is officially going to trial. And there will be one big hurdle before we actually get there, because her attorney is trying to get these charges thrown out. Smallwood has asked the judge to review the grand jury record and determine whether prosecutors gave enough evidence to actually support an indictment. And remember, this grand jury is the reason Olivia ended up in the county court in the first place. So back in May, prosecutors presented their evidence privately to a grand jury, and the grand jury voted to indict Olivia on both felony charges. And no, that doesn't mean they found her guilty. It means the prosecutors have cleared the hurdle necessary to move forward with the case. But now, Olivia's defense is challenging that indictment. And based on Smallwood's comments, we have a much better idea of why. He isn't really disputing the basic sequence of events. Again, he basically just said there's really no arguing what the evidence is, which is also kind of a wild sentence to hear from a defense attorney in a case like this, because, you know, that's been the point from the beginning. Like, at the end of the day here, we're not trying to figure out who held the camera and who posted these videos. Even Olivia herself has publicly talked about posting it and why she believes she was justified in doing so. So the legal fight is over whether those actions actually satisfies the crimes prosecutors were charging her with, and if the judge agrees with the defense that they don't. So who knows? I mean, the charges could actually be dismissed at Olivia's next court date on September 9th. So technically, there is still a path that she might not get a trial at all. But if that challenge fails, we're going to court. Because the other huge update from this hearing is that Olivia and the prosecutors have failed to reach a plea agreement. And this is interesting to me because in my last video, I said a plea deal seemed like the most likely way this would all end. Apparently not, though. At least not so far. I mean, we don't know exactly what was offered during these negotiations, what Olivia would want to accept or not, or which side refused to budge. So I'm not going to sit here and pretend I know what's going on, but I am surprised a plea deal didn't happen. And the trial can happen as early as October if all this goes through. Although there is actually another unrelated trial affecting the court's schedule. So if that gets in the way, the trial would actually happen in January, which I think I was in Oswego in January of 2020 of this year. So if we actually don't go to trial for a full year after the first time I appeared, that would be crazy. Regardless, it was very cold there in January, I can confirm. This would definitely be a very interesting case to be a juror on, though. Like, imagine the shock, not hearing about any of this, and you find out some woman did this on TikTok, and you're sitting here like, there's no way this is real, but it is. This is definitely a top 10 jury duty trial. The one that takes the cake is absolutely the TikTok psychic one, though. I mean, that must have been a full-on trip for everyone who was a juror on that case. But regardless, this is just a horror story of how some dude passed out drunk in his apartment and woke up the next morning with 30 million people having seen his junk. That's not ideal. But there is also another part of this that I don't want to get lost in the legal arguments. Like, even if Olivia could see this man from where she was standing, seeing someone and recording their naked body, that's two different things. And recording it and then posting it for nearly 30 million people online to watch, that's a whole nother step as well. And that's ultimately what the prosecutors are accusing her of doing. And this is also why I just think this whole situation is so crazy, and the way it's unfolding is just crazy as well. Olivia originally posted the video because she wanted, I guess, to warn other female delivery drivers and expose what she believed this man had done to her. But instead, police investigated her allegations, said they found no evidence that an assault occurred, and arrested her instead. And now prosecutors eventually secured a felony indictment. Now again, the plea negotiations have apparently gone nowhere. Her attorney is trying to knock out the indictment, and unless the judge agrees to dismiss these charges on September 9th, Olivia Henderson could be sitting in front of an Oswego County jury as early as October. So this is how we went from a viral TikTok to an arrest and now to a grand jury indictment. Drop a like on this video if you want me to actually fly out there and cover it again. But until then, I shall get some sleep because I have a raging fever currently, and unfortunately in this job, you don't really get sick days. I would just get way too behind on videos. So thank you guys for the support. Subscribe if you're new, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace.
Getting so many boom. Not sure where those boom come from. I don't know why I keep kind of like exhale a lot. My body is just not functioning very well this past. Does it straight? I have to all I can. I'm a yeah, I should have the music.
So, the YouTuber animator, Hot Diggity Demon, also known as Max, recently announced on a live stream that he was considering doctor-assisted euthanasia due to a medical condition he has known as fibromyalgia, and which causes widespread body pain along with severe fatigue. Max noted his health has reached a point where he feels like his existence is mainly filled with suffering, and is also currently facing a financial burden due to medical costs. So, even if he had an option to keep his chronic illness manageable, he feels like that wouldn't be an affordable choice. During the time this livestream was made, Max's plan was to fly to Switzerland, where assisted suicide is legal.
So a little over a year ago, maybe like 14 months, I realized I needed to start thinking of some kind of final solution, some option that would serve as a resolution to all of these problems. And after considering every option I could think of, ultimately, that solution has taken the form of doctor-assisted euthanasia. Now, I know when I say that, for a lot of you, your first instinct is probably to be upset. I know a lot of you care about me, so I'd like to say I'm sorry. I'm sorry for having to hurt you guys like this. But before you do your pearl clutching, I ask you, why shouldn't I? Apparently, Switzerland engages in what's known as euthanasia tourism, meaning people go there if they can't get bonked anywhere else. The doctors there will bonk you, no questions asked.
And many people were, of course, quick to show their grievances, and even attempting to convince Max not to go through with his choice, because there might be some other options available to him. This then led to Max responding to everyone's concerns by saying, "Geez, you guys, okay, fine, haha, JK, just kidding, never mind, JK, just kidding, JK, JK, and decided I'm not thinking clearly, will reassess," and then left a drawing of a big-tittied cartoon mouse with pubic hair. Interesting, but definitely in Max's character. Like most people, I was exposed to Hot Diggity Demon's content from the My Little Pony adult parody videos .mov. I would watch these all day during my brony phase, after clopping to pictures of Princess Luna. Princess Celestia was pretty cute too, but I was more into the dark, mysterious type. However, not everyone seems to be as concerned about a man choosing to terminate his own life as others.
I have to go on Twitter and see people happy that I'm dying, seeing people saying that they're happy that I'm dying, because I'm racist, because I'm still the racist pariah. I really wish that wasn't still going on. If you believe anything racist, you believe in something that's morally and logistically wrong, and I'll think you're an idiot for it, I will. I'll think you're a cringe idiot. But anyone who thinks I'm racist will never listen to me say these words anyway. So I just have to remind myself that they don't know me, and so I shouldn't care about their judgment.
Yes, it would seem some contrarian attention-seeking goblins have hit the Twitter dance floor to wow us again with their infinite stupidity. During Max's contemplation of ending his own life, many thought it would be the best time to point out his problematic tweets from over 10 years ago. Yeah, so today I thought we would take a look at the individuals calling out Max so they can garner praise on how morally superior they are compared to everyone else. I truly don't understand the intent to react this way other than seeking attention, but maybe there's a reasonable argument to be made. So the first Twitter user we're looking at said, "I would care if you weren't a racist, an anti-Semitic piece of shit, suffer and..."
I can tell you guys this. Never use Twitter. I'm only there because I don't know why a lot of VTubers use Twitter. Else I've never had Twitter at all. But sadly, yes. And I'm also like an art commissioner. I need money. That's that. That's the only reason I'm in Twitter. Aside from that, I would never actually... I never actually use Twitter. In many cases, I never actually use Twitter, which is the ironic phase. Too many people like policing like bullshit around. And documentary, I really want to flip the fucking table at this point. Yeah, I haven't finished watching this.
Published on the 3rd. It's a bad day to be a Roblox shareholder, but a great day to be a 5'6" Florida man homunculus that loves to throw tomatoes and shoot spitballs at Dave Baszucki, the CEO of this company who continues to make baffling and downright creepy, concerning decisions with the platform. I will never get over the fact that he is obsessed with turning it into a dating platform. I will continue to scream that from the mountaintops with how creepy and weird that is, come hell or high water. And speaking of water, the Roblox ship here has sprung a big leak. According to their latest earnings report, they've lost around $70 billion in value over the past year. Its stock price is down 70%, looking like fucking phase stock when it went public. And they're blaming a lack of new viral games after disappointing earnings, which is a certified giggle slap your knee excuse right there. Shit is comical. They're placing the onus, the blame, on the community now because they're not making good enough games. That's the reason Roblox is floundering. We're circling the shitter because of you guys. You're making garbage. Where's Steal a Brain Rot 2? Where's Grow a Chungus Tung Sahur? What are you guys doing? You're ruining the platform. Get better games, nerds, you fucking weenies. I'm sure it has nothing to do with the awful decisions they've been making and the shit they've been rolling out that the community doesn't want and isn't excited for. Everyone can always, of course, point to the ID verification, for example. It also probably doesn't help Roblox that their image is just complete mud. They become synonymous with a pedophile safe haven through so many reports of like inaction on their side, as well as even fighting against the community that tries to like get predators held accountable and arrested and shit, like actually fighting against the people going after predators instead of the predators themselves, which has led to parents becoming more aware of it because it's blown up to such a huge degree. So I imagine parents probably respond to the word Roblox the way my dogs respond to the word bath, where they just want nothing to do with it. And I feel like the fears parents have about who their children are surrounded by on that platform are only exacerbated every time the CEO of Roblox, Dave Baszucki, opens his fucking mouth. This guy always pipes up and instantly makes a fool of himself and cannot stop himself from jibber-jabbering about making Roblox a dating platform for adult Roblox users. He's a weirdo. He's a complete weirdo. But I do think that there is definitely a portion of this that can be attributed to the viral games that Roblox had not too long ago, like the Grow Garden, like the Steal a Brain Rot type shit. Those were having like millions upon millions of like concurrent players. So that blew up Roblox as a platform as a whole because it was just getting carried on its back, fucking piggybacked by games like those two, having like 15 plus million players like concurrently, which is unbelievable. And now those games aren't really in their prime anymore. They've kind of fallen off a bit. So yeah, it makes sense that Roblox numbers would decline, but I think that's only a piece of it, not the entire story. But the good news though is I think this is going to be ephemeral. They're probably due for a huge blow up thanks to things like their Target partnership, where they're selling awesome Roblox merch, where you can buy some cool Roblox accoutrements and get yourself some in-game items too. So you can spend $50 on this Roblox keyboard, which has to be the laziest fucking keyboard I've ever seen. It's just a black keyboard with the word Roblox on the spacebar and nothing else. Holy fucking Toledo, they went all out on that design there. The bells and whistles, no holds barred. Now, speaking of tech, let me give you an actual good deal. Starforge, we're doing our huge Forge Day sale. It lasts until Sunday. It's our biggest sale of the year, so if you're looking to upgrade your PC, now is absolutely the time to do so. You can click the link in the description or go to Starforge, best PCs in the universe. Now anyway, let's peel apart these cheeks here and see what we got going on. According to the earnings report, it's been a disappointing quarter and has lost around $70 billion in market value for the company over the last year. The earnings report was published on the 31st of July, and it revealed that user growth has continued to slow after years of rapid expansion. Roblox had been blowing up for the longest time, showing no signs of slowing down. This is always something that was going to happen, but I don't think anyone expected it to such a huge degree. And executives are chalking it up to one of the biggest reasons being that there just weren't enough viral experiences keeping them engaged. According to Roblox, daily active users fell to 123 million during the second quarter, down from a peak of 152 mil in the third quarter of 2025. They also reported that bookings, a key measure of player spending, grew by just 8% year over year after previously posting much stronger growth. So, like, they're not dead by any means. 123 daily active users is still fucking absurd, but they have experienced a very noticeable decline. And players aren't coughing up the same amount of clams that they had been. That wasn't growing as much as it previously was. So they are starting to worry a bit, although I don't think it's to the level of panic yet, but they are starting to now point the finger. And they're pointing it at you, the Roblox player, you, the Roblox developer. You guys aren't spending enough doubloons nor enough time in these Roblox games because there's no viral games right now. Shame. Why would you guys do that to Roblox? How could you? Depriving them of their viral hits like Steal a Brain Rot and shit, no one to take its throne. And now look at Roblox, they're all gonna starve! Dave Bazooki's not gonna be able to put food on the table for his fucking Tinder match through Roblox that he met or whatever. What do you do? You've gotta get viral games on their stat. I love that that's instantly where they're going. It's because you guys aren't making enough good games to keep people addicted to the platform and spending money on Robux. God, it's so pathetic. You make me sick. Especially because Roblox is doing everything right. They're doing everything in their power to keep the platform growing and afloat with banger ideas like being able to connect your school to your Roblox account. Now, as I understand it, this is just an experiment right now, something they've been tinkering with. It's not actually a feature that's live, but it is something that there are reports of with them toying around with. So I guess the idea is students from the same school can see if you connected your account. So that way you'll know if another person in your immediate social circle at the university is also a Roblox player. So I guess you can like try and bond over that and meet each other and like hang out because you linked your fucking university account to it. I don't know who would do that. I truly, like, maybe I'm getting old, maybe this is Unk Shakes Fist at Cloud moment, but who the fuck would want a badge on their Roblox account just proudly stating where they're going to school for others at that school to see? I don't see who would want that. I actually cannot
They want to make it easier for the pedophile. Yes, definitely.
picture that. But who knows? Maybe I really just don't get it, and this is something that could save Roblox. It'll turn that $70 billion market valuation wipeout around and get them right back on track, infinitely growing, because now you get to link your university if they do roll this out and push it live. But I doubt it. I doubt it. I gotta tell you, this feels like another one of those bafflingly stupid decisions that Roblox tinkers around with. One of these horrible ideas or features that no one's really wanting and no one's really asking for, and still just neglecting things the community actually does want and actually are asking for. But again, it's your fault for not having enough viral games to satiate Roblox's gluttony when it comes to their value for shareholders. It's your fault. And it really does seem like Roblox Corporation are planting themselves firmly here, digging their heels in on this take. We attribute the unforeseen monetization shortfall to a greater than expected shift of engagement from high monetizing 2025 vintage viral games to a combination of new and evergreen experiences with lower hourly monetization. This underlying mix shift was compounded by changes in our recommendation algorithm, which optimizes for long-term retention and is, therefore, providing more impressions for highly retentive games at the expense of near-term monetization. They then also declined to provide full-year financial guidance, signaling uncertainty over how the rest of 2026 will play out. An investment firm called Morningstar chirped up, describing the results as terrible, that nearly every major engagement and spending metric moved in the wrong direction, and analysts have also warned that Roblox's long-term growth could be harder to maintain if it continues to rely on unpredictable viral hits to drive player activity. Yeah, no shit, you don't need to be a professional analyst to be able to deduce that much. If your entire business model relies on these fluke viral games that come out of nowhere and just pop off overnight to keep your company afloat, then you've got a huge problem in your business. That is something you can't rely on. That is something that is genuinely just a stroke of luck. It's lightning in a bottle. And Roblox has been getting lucky up until this point that continues to have happened, but now they're in a bit of a drought here when it comes to those viral games on Roblox, and their reputation has never been worse in the public eye. So, there's a lot of factors at play here that aren't really spelling sunshine and rainbows for Roblox. Of course, they're still doing very fine with daily active users, but the cracks are starting to show here. This isn't negligible by any means. Like, yeah, they're still a behemoth, but this is a substantial hit that they are experiencing here. And it seems like their core philosophy is we need more viral games, which you can't really manufacture. Like, yeah, they can kind of like nudge people towards games through their algorithm. They could absolutely just choose a very monetizable product on their platform and shove it down people's throats and try and get as many people to flock to it as possible to artificially create a viral hit. But it doesn't always work. Most of the viral hits happen organically, and again, that's not exactly a reliable means of constantly growing your business. That would still not a very solid strategy. So I'm very curious to see what Roblox is going to do to adapt when they can't just rely on these random viral games to pop up and blow up the platform and keep it growing infinitely. Anyway, though, I love to see Roblox struggle. I'm happy that they're not happy. And hopefully this can even serve as a wake-up call to the company as a whole for all of the things that they've been neglecting or ignoring, and actually start making changes and fixes that can improve the platform in terms of safety and just generally quality of life improvements to Roblox that have been asked for so long. Who knows? I doubt it will be. I highly doubt there actually will be this come to Jesus moment for Dave Bazooki and the whole squad, but I guess we'll see. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya.
You there, you're a witch, right?
Yes, but
Good, follow me, I got a job for you. I haven't slept well for days because these two keep making noises in the middle of the night. If you can make them hate each other, I'll pay you handsomely.
sir, I still get paid.
You there, you're a witch, right?
Customer called and said his fridge is not cooling, so let's see it. I saw the fridge had an error, and when I opened the door, the thermometer was showing 80 degrees, which is too warm for a fridge. So it's time to diagnose and find the problem. I pulled out the fridge, and the back of the fridge was too hot and blowing hot air that I could not hold my hands on the cover. I took the back cover off to see what's going on, and when I took it off, I saw compressor was still running, but it was too hot. So after some diagnostic, the problem was with compressor and it needed to be replaced.
First things first, what am I cooking today? I am cooking pulled pork. So let me show you all what I got here. So this is a small one. This is about a 4, maybe almost 5 pound pulled pork. It's pork shoulder. We got a little 5 pound, kind of like little baby pulled pork. We'll make some sliders later. All right, I'm gonna pop this in the barbecue. I'll be right back. So the last week, we've seen quite a lot of videos about Ammon McNeff and Reckless Ben. And in particular, we saw the body cam footage from Orem where Ammon McNeff placed a call into a police officer, had the police officer come to the Bricks and Minifigs store in Orem and proceeded to give the officer a litany of what I would describe as mistruths at best. On top of that, this same man who owns what is supposed to be a family brand store about Legos where kids come and have birthday parties, talks about wanting to arm his employees and discusses the pros and cons of with the police officer about getting a shotgun. This man is just so overboard, and I thought now would be the good time to let's dive into the sordid past of Ammon McNeff. I mean, we all know a lot of the large beats and why we're not fans of Ammon McNeff, but this guy's got a lot of problems. And so what I want to do today is I want to walk through some of those problems. Ammon McNeff himself has had several legal problems over the last 12 years. So let's orient folks and talk about what we're going to see in some of these documents today. Well, we're going to see multiple instances of Ammon McNeff ignoring court orders. We're going to see multiple instances of Ammon McNeff refusing or failing to pay bills. We're going to see instances where Ammon McNeff failed to pay his taxes. And we're going to see instances where Ammon McNeff refused to pay his lawyers. And the lawyers I'm specifically talking about are the lawyers he hired to sue his own father about 6 years ago, 7 years ago. So he sued his own dad for control of the company that they
This may feel personal, but I had to ask. Why do you only know one spell?
Well,
Then why don't you learn a few new spells? I bet some of them could make those perverts fear you.
5 minutes later.
This may feel personal, but I...
Last night while live, chat kept trying to tell me that something had happened during a Perez Hilton live stream on TikTok and
Perez
that
Hilton?
it was horrific stuff.
Not Paris Hilton?
When I eventually did look into it, it was even worse than I was expecting, and the videos are very awful, very disturbing, and very, very sad with what appears to be a psychotic episode or some kind of like mental health crisis. Perez Hilton was live with a knife covered in lacerations, blood all over himself from seemingly head to toe while naked. He continued to cut his flesh on TikTok Live, talking about how he was ending his own life. And initial reactions that I saw, like in chat, were a few people saying that it was probably fake, that it was like fake blood. Turns out that's not true at all. It is very real. Apparently, the Miami-Dade Fire Rescue, as well as deputies, worked together to transport Hilton to a nearby hospital for medical attention. There's even dispatch audio released about the seriousness of the situation, and law enforcement even came forward to dispel the rumors that it may have been AI. They debunked that shit pretty quickly. And as of this moment right now, he is still in the hands of the medical professionals and healthcare professionals taking care of him and looking after the multiple lacerations that he suffered from this. It is terrible stuff, significantly worse than I was anticipating when I first heard about it. I'm wishing him and his family the best. That is a very serious situation, and hopefully he gets the help that he needs here. Now, there is something that I do want to talk about a little bit here from the stream. Obviously, I don't want to show you anything from him being like covered in cuts and blood and all of that. I would highly advise you don't watch the video. It is extremely disturbing and hard to watch. During the TikTok live stream, there was a moment where he entered into like a group call. I don't know how TikTok live streams work, but it seems like while he was doing this, he entered into the call with these people. I don't know if they're friends of his or if they're just like strangers that you can like bring into a group stream. I do not know how it works. But their response to what they're seeing is so unfathomable to me. And there's people defending their behavior, saying that they did everything right in this call by not overreacting. But they didn't react at all, is the thing. No one called for help. Now, as I understand it, Perez Hilton added himself to their call or something, so that would be shocking, no doubt. But none of them really even seem shocked. They just seem annoyed, and nobody even seems to really care, and not a single one of them, all of them, not a single one, calls for help, which could have cost Perez Hilton his life. Like maybe he bleeds out or something. That could have been helped had they alerted authorities the second that he came into that call. I feel like that would be the normal human reaction to something this traumatizing and shocking randomly happening, being like, holy shit, like, yeah, you can stay calm, but you need to call help. And none of them do that. Instead, they just start asking, like, well, one of them starts asking.
But this is the world of TikTok. Remember, folks, don't use TikTok. I know I tell lots of people don't use a lot of stuff, like don't use Twitter, don't use TikTok, but generally everything is just fucking horrible. Okay? And what happened to my camera again? Ah, gosh dang it. Hold on. To recalibrate my camera. Do, 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 do.
Asking, why are you crashing out? And two of them are just sipping on their drinks throughout it. Like, that to me is not how you handle a very serious situation, especially not like a shocking, traumatizing one, where you start then treating it like it's a piece of content instead of someone's life. And one of them gets out their phone, not to call for help, but seemingly to just record the screen of what is happening with Perez Hilton. So I don't think they did anything right. I really disagree that they, were shocked and just...
Well, I guess this guys watch. Going to play some music for you guys and watch on my own stuff. Best television. Because watching anime sometimes I might get visual strike, which is not a good thing. Not a good thing. I need like something like active around while I'm working, so my brain doesn't like drift off, and also my ears is kind of like still functioning properly. If you guys don't know, I'm kind of like in, my sense is not functioning properly. The ear is ringing constant, which is not a very... There's not lots of anime to watch either, so I don't really know like what... Yeah, too bad a cartoon is not a thing anymore. Watch some cartoon. But let me go to the toilet first. Be back soon. Tummy ache. I guess we can spend some time chatting because like I'm not supposed to eating at the moment, but my dad bought some food, so it's time to eat. Yeah, I totally forgot my camera. Alright, back soon. And I'm back! I'm most surprised there's like quite a few people here. Ah. Yeah, I'm doing something like... You got me laughing. Gave her a little bit small statue. You know what, since I'm eating... But there's nothing in the internet at the moment. Not like there's something to watch. Oh, I can watch this one. Hold on a little bit. This is like the wonders.
This is not good.
The wonders of Matrix. Big fat face is kind of blocking the blocking the screen. Hold on. Okay, done.
When you think of The Matrix, assuming you've seen The Matrix, what do you think of? I think about Keanu Reeves, rotating around Keanu Reeves, gun kata. Women? Maybe. Most of all, though, I think of green. This is a very green movie. So imagine my shock at age 13 when my dad buys the new green Blu-ray of the movie, and we think we must be tweaking because the movie was green, yes, but never this green, surely. He pops in the DVD to check, and yeah, no, this shit got greened the fuck up. Somebody laced my fucking Matrix with green. They greened my Matrix. What the fuck? It was true. Now it is false. How does this happen? I just want to see what it looked like at the theater. A decade later, I decided to look into this, expecting a relatively simple answer to a relatively simple question.
No.
Instead, I have read several historical articles, 2 entire books, and spoken to an entire colorist, only to emerge from the pits with a large green frown. I am going to attempt to condense all of what I've learned, and hopefully, by the end, we will have some semblance of how we got greened. So, here's a question only a sick bastard would ask. Was the Matrix even supposed to be green? In 1903, the Wachowski sisters watched Ghost in the Shell. They later thought to themselves, we might be woman. And thus, the seeds of The Matrix had been sown. Then later in '99, they filmed The Matrix on film. First thing I learned is that the Wachowski sisters are women. The second thing I learned is how film is processed, from the stuff in the cameras to the stuff in the projector or the TV. The result is referred to as a film transfer because it was transferred from you get it. Basically, they take the film and they do stuff to it I don't care to explain to you. Here's a book. The part we care about is color timing, which is the part during the transfer process where the color laboratory adjusts the image's contrast, color saturation, white balance, and so on. This is one of the ways movies shot on film get their look. It's the part where it goes from looking like this to this. This process is done separately for various platforms, from theaters to trailers to home releases. Here's Bill.
Yeah, not a lot of people know, like, even like around 2010, a lot of filming still using film to kind of like do the film. Okay. The equipment back in the days is fucking expensive. So they're still using a lot of like, I won't really say obsolete, it's more like, you could say like the equipment they have compared to the equipment like nowadays we have is like a leaps of like technologies that is like incomparably like new. Because a lot of things actually already shot in like the, you know, like the widescreen format, but they were actually like intentional of the format is like on the square screen. So it basically is like we have the technology to do a lot of stuff a long time ago, but due to fixed format stuff, kind of stuck with that one format. And my camera disconnected again. Gosh dang it. I don't know why I keep doing that. I hope it don't, but it keep doing that.
Pope, DP for The Matrix, talking about what he did for that production specifically.
Since we wanted the Matrix reality to be unappealing, we asked ourselves, what is the most unappealing color? I think we all agreed on green, so for those scenes, we sometimes used green filters, and I'd add a little bit of green in the color timing.
Bill specifically states that they sought out the ugliest color, and he really outdid himself. Or, you know, that's what I would say if I knew what fucking green he actually picked. Regardless, this is at least part of how The Matrix entered Green Phase 1. Cool. Awesome. Smile. It's worth noting here that this quote confirms to us that the movie was always supposed to be green. Anyone who tells you otherwise is a liar and a penis head. Head made of penis. More on this later.
Don't go anywhere. Noodle Gaming will be right back.
What's up, guys? Welcome back to the reviews with another video from your host, White Morpheus. This time we've got
this version, the DVD, is more or less how everyone saw The Matrix at home until like 2007-ish. Yeah, the VHS and the Laserdiscs were slightly different, whatever, I don't give a fucking care. Notable example, Robert Nessler, known for his normal head, art director for Shiny Entertainment, known for the best video game ever made, and Roblox Oof, were using the DVD as primary reference material for, among other things, their own officially licensed Matrix game.
Robert Nessler notes one particular problem that he and folks at Warner Bros. Kept coming back to. Getting the greenish quality in The Matrix to everybody's satisfaction, he reveals. Owen Patterson, the movie's production designer, explained to us that he never felt that the DVDs got it right. This wasn't ideal, considering Robert had been using these as a primary reference. To be honest, I don't recall the exact issue, but I think at the time the method for shifting color in film was called color timing, and it was a manual/analog process. For whatever reason, when the DVDs were made, that quality was not matched exactly, and so we were off.
My ground true is also false. This is actually fine and normal for a guy like me. Obviously, this begs the question, what the fuck? If we can't trust the DVD, and we can't trust the Blu-ray, what can we trust? The anti-greeners? The penis heads? The blue pill? These kinosexuals genuinely think that the OG is bereft of green, despite there being concrete evidence to the contrary. And to be fair, I did a lot of research. This article wasn't super easy to find, but regardless, this false is a true to many. Where are they getting this true? Turns out, there's a bustling enthusiast community dedicated to sourcing, scanning, and digitizing original theatrical film reels. The very same ones used in theaters back in the day. Basically turning this thing into an MP4. This isn't a new practice, but it's easier to make an amateur scan now than it was 10, 20 years ago, and a hell of a lot easier to share it around online. Even a guy like me with Head of Stupid managed to find one myself. And here it is. Literally, this is it. This is a scan of the thing from the theater. Like this is physically, literally what was shown to people. This is so cool that we have this, and it's fucking green. Stop saying it's not green. Stop it. I described this version of the film as inconsistent. Some scenes feel familiar. Others feel like they came from the moon. If all you've seen of the film scan is a screenshot of this scene, you'd be forgiven for thinking the whole movie is supposed to look like this. I mean, after all, how often do you see a version of a movie with such drastically different colors from scene to scene, or even from shot to shot? Especially if you've seen a different version where these discrepancies have been corrected in post. That's the big thing I take away from this unofficial scan. What we're seeing could be a much less refined version of the movie. Shooting on film is an inexact science, turns out. It's weird, it's a little fucked up, and it's green sometimes. If we treat this, the thing that was actually shown to people in the theater, as the new true, then I think we can make a couple of assumptions. I think that the DVD is trading off contrast for consistency, which is maybe how they ended up with that muddy green look. Then, you know, they re-release it, and the computer is a thing now, and so they go back, and it gets even more green, I guess. So yeah, the scan is weird, but it is the true that people saw in '99, right? Well, according to the colorists and the books I spoke to, wrong. Apparently, if Warner had multiple different film labs producing theater prints, a very normal thing to do at the time, each lab more than likely had at least slightly different photochemical processes of processing the thing, making each lab's prints despicably unique. This happened in 1999. It is now 2025. Film degrades over time. Did you know? The physical film reel shrinks, becomes brittle, and the color shifts. Like a lot. God does his own color pass, and also, he's wrong. No one but the filmmakers know for sure what it's supposed to look like, and even their memory ain't always perfect. There's always educated guesswork, interpretation. Accounting for all of this is hard for professionals. This scan was not made by 20 restoration specialist photochemical colorist experts kissing hands sloppy style with 11 It was done by Guy. These fucked up colors. They could be the result of shooting conditions, the release print, film degradation, the scan itself, the way it was interpreted, penis heads, God, or all of the above. Who knows? This tells me nothing. This tells me less than nothing. I'm worse because I watched it. I just want to see what it looked like in the theater. Why is this so?
The worst thing is that if you actually seen it in theater, and there's so many versions of it right now, you just don't know which one is good. Oh, by the way, actually, they have a sequel of The Matrix. Not even kidding. They made one with Keanu Reeves. And it's bad. Really bad. Do you know why? A lot of people say they fucked up the green. It makes everything look so fake. So again, nobody actually really know the proper green of the show anymore at this point. That's that. That's that. Lots of things. Ooh, I finished eating. Good. My breakfast / lunch is finished. My brunch. Time to continue. My work. Wrong place. But kind of good, actually. I haven't been here for a very long time. Well, I'm gonna have this thing open up in the background.
So hard. I feel like there's no right choice. I either take the green pill or the green pill or the green pill or the green pill. There's a fourth green pill. In 2018, the movie was professionally rescanned and released in 4K HDR, and again, it looks completely fucking different. Jan Yarbrough of Warner Bros. MPI was tasked with the color correction and grading of the new version, overseen by our man, director of photography Bill Pope himself.
Working with Bill, I've come to realize that he has a full understanding and appreciation for the dynamics of the HDR format. Director of photography Bill Pope has taken advantage of HDR to create a version with color timing as it was originally intended, crafting a high-resolution digital master that is more accurate than the original theatrical release. More accurate.
Mm-hmm.
More accurate than the original.
Yeah, even more than the original.
No, it isn't. What are you talking? How can it be more accurate than the original theatrical
It's simply more accurate than the original, and
What are we comparing it to?
For the original.
Nothing. This doesn't make any sense.
I don't know whether they're
Introduce you. Eminem 2. Which is more Eminem than the original Eminem.
referring to the release prints, the first round of home releases, or what. I'm stupid. Doesn't really matter. Point is, they're pitching the 4K as more accurate than previous versions. Whatever that means. In practice, it feels like a direct response to people's problems with the green ray. Most of the time, it bears a striking resemblance to the fan scan I showed you earlier, lending at least some credibility to the way that one looks, albeit with, more balance and detail, which is to be expected, but still, look at the shadows here. Night and day. It's weird. The 4K looks distinctly cool. It feels like even more of a departure from the warm as shit DVD than the Blu-ray, which, man, this isn't even color theory. This is green theory. It's just different. I don't know why it's different. Nothing is simple. Everything sucks penis. I'm running out of normal, and unless Pope or the Wachowskis or anyone else close to the production with a good working memory of 25 years ago is willing to speak definitively on this, all I can do is speculate. If I can't see it the way it was meant to be greened, I can at least try to understand how I got greened. So on that note, here's my timeline. Here's my best guess as to how all this happened, as best as I can tell. I'm not a penis head, I've done my research here, but I was born while The Matrix was still in production. Please, please take this with a dollop of salt. Okay? Okay. The fan scan is probably a glimpse into what the theatrical release might have looked like based on its similarities to the 4K and Jan's insistence that the 4K targets accuracy. It's probably more accurate to the filmmaker's vision than the DVDs, based on Nestler's account of Patterson's statement that they never got that version right. The DVD is probably demonstrative of the shortcomings of film transfers at the time. It's warm, almost muddy, kind of low contrast, and it almost feels underexposed at times. Even the most expensive and popular movies were susceptible to shoddy home media transfers, and through a green twist of fate, these discrepancies have become base-level true for countless people. This song is so fucking awesome. Both later DVDs and the Blu-rays had this harsher, greener look. By this point, the sequels had dropped, and I doubt that's a coincidence. Reloaded and Revolutions, released in 2003 and 2003 respectively, relied far more heavily on digital color grading, which is a fundamentally different way of handling color. You can turn the lights on without destroying the film. More control, more specificity, more green. This is probably one of the reasons why they look so different compared to the OG. I'm willing to bet that Patterson, or the Wachowskis, or perhaps this West Indies shrew made the executive decision to retroactively unify the look of all three movies. I mean, after all, it'd be a golden opportunity to make up for what they saw as a less than stellar initial release, and, you know, people are likely to notice if one of their movies is piss yellow and the other two are shit green in the fancy new box set releasing on December 7th, 2004. Please remember that this is all speculation. Here's some more salt if you want it. Did you know that the first green version of the movie hit shelves December 7th, 2004? Comparing the DVD to the Blu-ray probably shows us the best and worst of analog color timing in the 90s versus digital color grading in the 2000s. IMHO being TBH honest, for real, the original looks more natural, but the regrade is more balanced, more precise in its adjustments, and closer to the filmmaker's green vision. Not everyone was a fan of this change. I was not a fan of this change. Fast forward another 10 or 15 years, the new 4K transfer seems to be probably an attempt to finally recapture the look of the movie as it appeared in theaters. Not the DVD we're nostalgic for, and not the attempted unified look of that first re-release. This version, perchance, shows us how much the aforementioned digital color grading has evolved over the last 20 years or so, with more nuanced adjustments to color, more detail in the shadows and highlights, and less Gleep Glorp looking ass skin tones. So okay, big picture. Together, this whole timeline of releases shows us the importance of film preservation, restoration, and how much it fucking sucks that I had to do months of research just to be able to guess. I am still just confidently guessing here. This could all be bullshit. My head may be a penis. Even getting your hands on a particular version of the fucking thing is a challenge in and of itself. It never ends. Once it leaves the theater, there is literally no way to watch the theatrical version of practically any movie ever. I do not have a time machine. I will never be able to go back and see what The Matrix actually looked like. A show print would be close, but even then, arguably, still not perfect. Which one's the right one? None of them. Which one's the best? I don't know. But of all the versions we have out in the wild, personally, I'll take the latest one. It's not perfect, not even close. Man, but it's about as close as I could realistically hope for. And at this point...
Yep. Oh, let's watch something else. Thanks.
League of Legends, the 15-year-old free-to-play fixture, could be due for a major overhaul, according to rumors from current and former employees. Could this be a sign that League of Legends is dying?
I don't know, Bruce. I'm not really used to hearing good news these days. Case in point right here, we're going to have to wait at least 2 whole years to see Vin Diesel in Arc 2. I guess we'll have to pass the time with back-to-back viewings of the next Riddick-verse movie, Furia.
I hate that you said all of that, Lawrence. Made me really upset. Almost as much as Marathon art director Joseph Cross apparently hated working at Bungie, leaving the studio mere months before the launch of the new Extraction shooter.
And on a very similar note, that is hating where you work, it seems Naughty Dog might be up to their old tricks again, with time card hound Jason Schreier reporting that the studio is already mandating overtime to meet an internal deadline.
Time card hound. Just another day in the American trenches, huh? Lots of news to cover this week, so let's kick off the news by throwing to the one inside game staffer that'll give you a bullet before he gives you a second of unpaid overtime. That's Brian Garr.
That's right, 40 hours, that's all you get. Or you get this. All right, let's talk about League of Legends. Riot Games is working on a major overhaul of League. That, of course, is the long-running MOBA. It's been a fixture of PC gaming since 2009. Jesus Christ, that's a long time ago. The refreshed version, internally known as League Next, is planned for release in 2027 and is expected to be the biggest update in the game's history.
According to current and former employees, Riot plans to rework the game's visual style, including characters, arenas, and the user interface, while updating its technical foundation to make it easier to ship new features and updates.
So the goal is to make League of Legends more approachable for new players. Good luck. Something Riot has struggled with as the game has aged.
Yeah, if they nerf Blitzcrank, I'm going to riot. But yeah, the project has also led to an internal reorganization at Riot. After Bloomberg reported on the plans, the company released a video confirming that a large update is in development, pointing to changes to the launcher and gameplay.
Cool, I guess. League of Legends executive producer Paul Belazos said that Riot is, quote, overhauling the new player experience to make it easier than ever to bring friends into the game. I honestly think the new player experience should just be it uninstalls it for you.
So while League of Legends remains one of the most played games in the world, its player base has declined, according to people familiar with the situation, and it now brings in less money than Riot's shooter, Valorant. I didn't know that.
Guess the years have ticked by and people have moved on.
I will say it is too complicated. I love MOBAs. I switched over to Pokemon Unite years ago, embarrassingly enough, because you get 80% of the experience and it's super easy and it's fun. The feature creep is out of control.
It was a game designed for kids with no money and infinite free time, and now I feel like that, especially for the people who grew up playing League, that relationship has inverted. So, and also they're competing with Roblox now when it comes to getting the babies on board, so that's tough.
All right, moving on, let's talk about Marathon. Bungie's upcoming Extraction shooter just lost one of its key creative leads ahead of launch.
So that's veteran artist Joseph Cross, who's been serving as the game's art director. He has left the studio just months before Marathon is now set to arrive in March 2026.
That's a bit odd. You'd think, especially as the art director, you might want to stick around and celebrate the high times when the game actually launches. I guess if they will be high, we'll see. News of Cross's departure was first spotted by the Game Post, which noticed his LinkedIn profile had been updated to show his role at Bungie ended in 2025. His X account also no longer references the studio.
Yeah, Cross has a long history with Bungie, working as the lead concept artist during the Destiny era before returning around 2020 to help define Marathon's visual style.
Joseph Cross told Kotaku that it was his decision to leave. He said he's, quote, super proud of the project and what the team accomplished over the last 6 years, and shared a clip highlighting how Marathon has evolved following its delay earlier this year after negative alpha feedback.
And it does look cool. It's probably one of the best features about Marathon right now.
Yeah.
That delay that we just referenced pushed the game back from a planned September release and led to several changes, including the addition of proximity chat.
Oh, that's fun.
That's what 6 months can buy you, I guess, is prox chat. Great.
I was seeing people speculate online about why he left, and they were saying maybe he ended up just sort of taking it on the chin for the stealing of art. And recently that artist said they settled with Bungie and they're like, everything is fine. We were all good. That Bungie stole that art from that artist, and the artist was like, we're all okay. And people were saying Joseph Cross was a casualty of that. So Who knows?
I don't know about that. Maybe, but that largely blew over without anyone really having it hung around their neck. If he's the art director, his job is done on Marathon at this point, especially with them moving into the launch. I think it's more like Bungie hasn't greenlit another project he wants to work on. That's kind of more the bigger thing. You'd think by now, maybe for the past 6 months or even past year, they've been working on the next thing. And if he doesn't want to continue working on that, or chose not to work on that, or if they don't have a next thing, I can see why now might be a good time to start spreading the resumes around and securing another job.
Yeah, their eggs might be all in the Marathon basket too. I mean, it might, and yeah, after that, it's like they might have to radically downsize. Who knows if it doesn't work?
It's generally not a good sign that he doesn't want to stick around for the launch. That is not usually a good thing. So.
Well, usually after launch is like a rest period for an entire studio. But I imagine as a games of service game, there is no rest period. You launch and you're immediately working on patches and updates and marketing beats. So I can see why you'd want to stick around for launch, because you have a ship title under your belt, but also he can credit it. He was the director. No one's going to question that. So yeah, if he has a good, compelling offer, I could see why there's a reason to stick around, but there also may not be.
All right, let's talk about Naughty Dog. Employees there were recently required to work mandatory overtime to finish a demo for the studio's next game, Intergalactic: The Heretic Prophet.
Love that title. Everyone loves that title. We keep hearing back about how much people love that title. We can't change it.
Can't wait to say ITHP. I'll be saying ITHP a lot. Bloomberg reports that for about 7 weeks starting in late October, staff were asked to work at least 8 extra hours a week with a cap of 60 hours total, as the Sony-owned studio raced to prepare the demo for an internal review after missing multiple deadlines.
Yeah, during that time, employees were also told to return to office 5 days a week instead of the usual 3. Sony and Naughty Dog declined to comment.
Now, it's important to note that the overtime period, aka crunch, ended this week as the demo was finalized. Management told employees the studio will return to its normal 3 days a week office schedule through the end of January.
That sucks. But I guess it's life sometimes. So I think I've seen some misunderstanding about stories like this. If you're a salaried employee in the United States, you do not automatically get paid time and a half or anything like that. In this situation, and especially if it's a mandate, you're basically forced to work extra for free with the vague promise that compensation will follow later on. And sometimes in video games, it is, or it has been worth it in the past, especially if you have equity in a company, you have stock options or anything like that. You're gonna
nowadays just finish, release the game, fire everyone. It has been a pattern. You'd be a dumbass to say you don't recognize that pattern. Everyone is like being a game developer right now is just, if you are not your own boss with a actual like trusted like indie team. Like even indie team have like lots of issues. Everyone is fucking sweating. At least when indie team, like when they ended, they practically explode into multi-million of pieces. Everyone like explode together, you know. That's that. Well, I need to get my medications up my nose. Nah, it's just a nasal spray. I need to get some white medication up my nose. Well, the liquid is white. Strangely. I don't know why. Well, you guys can go and check it, like Elonite. If you have like nasal allergy, that like the meat wall in your practically close up, you kind of need that thing. Worst case scenario, you need oxynasal, but oxynasal is not that bad. Like not that bad. Oxynasal is basically like emergency situations. It does have steroid in it, so like it kind of open up your nose way more. But it's because of steroid. Once the steroid effect's gone, it basically just make it worse if you don't continuously use it. But if you continuously use it, the side effect of like once the effect like the steroid effect's gone is going to be even more and more. Like basically inside our nose will get swollen up more and more and more. So that also becomes an issue. So the more mild version of it that do not have steroid is Illinois. Usually, if you really have like a very bad episode of like the issues that you can't breathe properly, morning a spray, nighttime a spray would help you a lot. But if you kind of just first time getting used to this kind of things, just once a day is kind of fine. Like left, right nose depends. Some people only got like one nose, like clog. For me, it's like both my noses like that. So sadly, you spray on my nose, which is going to like use up the medication very fast. Yeah, it depends on people. Depends on people. Oop. Oh yeah, the booba line. Hi then, morning for you. It's afternoon on my time. Okay, the boobs will be a complete separate scene. They kind of like, you know, like laughing and stuff. I need to like let it bounce separately. And right now I need like a few. Semi-yukata. Hope is to win. Da 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 da. Oh yeah. You know, watching this.
I want to bust your ass, ship a game on time, make an ass load of money, and then you share in that, so ostensibly you get compensated for the time you put in. But that's not always the case, and it turns out the lower you are in the hierarchy, the less likely you are to get any compensation when a payday finally arrives. So that's kind of why these stories are important, because yeah, it's developers being forced to work for free. theoretically, the studios take care of them and give them like swing time off once the product ships or something like that. Just take a month off and go and recuperate, but it's not always the case. So that's why we have faithful watchdogs like Bloomberg's Jason Schreier to make sure that these these game devs are not totally ground up by the system.
And finally, if you have been waiting on Arc 2, well, you're going to need to keep waiting. Studio Wildcard now says the survival sequel is targeting a vague 2028 release. That is nearly 8 years.
If they
after
delay
it was
more, Vin Diesel is
first
going to
announced
say,
in
"Fuck you guys!
2020.
I'm not.
Oh my
You
gosh,
guys are
that's
not going to use
insane.
my likeness."
The game was once planned for 2023, then delayed to the end of 2024, before largely disappearing from release discussions altogether. Its absence from an earlier ARC roadmap led to speculation it would not arrive until
And I'm back. No idea what just happened. I guess I can't just use on that screen. The screen. Even though I worked really hard on making that one, I feel like maybe there's something like a bug happening in there. Making it like, you know, shit happens. Well, it's now you guys have like a bigger screen to watch. Drawing. Wait, mongoose is cat? How? Yeah, I just noticed too before you say it. I was like, oh, why there's nothing there? But yeah. So like the family branch of, you know, like ferret, like those kind of like very long kind of like rodent type thingy. They are apparently they are dog, but not like dog. I mean like, you know, like in the family tree of the dog. And then mongoose, which almost look identical with like, you know, like those like ferret kind of stuff, but apparently they are from the cat family.
Cats and dogs are both some of the most overpowered builds in the entire game. But in order to reach that level of success, their player bases needed to try out a ton of different strategies. Both caniforms and feliforms have a powerful solitary tank buster on their roster. They both have mid-sized scavengers on their roster. And perhaps most interestingly, both developed slender generalist builds with an emphasis on digging and brash intimidation. On the caniform side, we have the mustelids, builds like weasels, ferrets, and honey badgers. And on the feliform side, we have the mongoose. Despite being a close relative of cats and sharing a lot of abilities with them, they also have a lot of unique traits that set them apart from every other predator build in the game. So are they actually better than their more traditional feline counterparts? Or are their special abilities just gimmicky jank? Today we'll discuss. We'll begin as always with a look at the mongoose's base stats. Starting off with the mongoose's intelligence. Mongooses have an intelligence similar to that of a rat, which is to say they're quite clever. Mongooses are generalists and need to be able to think on their feet in a variety of situations in order to succeed. But their best usage of intelligence is in coordinated team tactics. Team tactics are a rarity in the feliform faction of the mammal player base. But among the small pool of social feliforms, you'd be hard-pressed to find a more tactical bunch. The most obvious example is the meerkat, which is a type of mongoose that specializes specifically in being extra well adapted to work together. But most mongooses are, at the very least, gregarious, and because mongooses are much more vulnerable than builds like the lion or wolf, they need to work together both in order to succeed in hunting and to watch each other's backs and protect each other. Their power stat is pretty mid for a carnivorous mammal, to be honest. Unlike most members of the feliform faction, mongooses do not have retractable claws. They use their claws primarily for digging, which worked quite well, but of course inevitably dulls their claws and makes them less useful for dealing damage. As a result, mongooses have to rely solely on their bite force to inflict damage, which is unfortunately nothing special. Still, it's enough to get the job done against low HP targets, which is really all you need as a mid-sized social predator. It just means that they can't really threaten an attacking player, and need to cede territory whenever pressured. Now, due to the mongoose's slender shape, you might assume that similar to honey badgers, stoats, and ferrets, the mongoose sports thick, loose skin that allows it to take reduced damage and avoid critical hits. Unfortunately, mongooses do not have this perk, and need to play a much less reckless game than honey badgers in the face of danger. This lack of thick, loose skin also makes them less resistant to cold damage, forcing them to stick to servers where ice damage isn't a threat. One unique defensive trait they do have, however, is total resistance to venom. Their blood neutralizes most toxins, rendering them almost completely harmless towards the mongoose. This is the main reason their matchup against snakes and scorpions is so oppressive. The mongoose's mobility stat is also fairly mid for a feliform. While certainly quite nimble and agile, its actual run speed is below average for a mammal. Even discounting the cheetah as an outlier, most cats have a movement speed that is well above average, and are excellent climbers. The mongoose can still move much quicker than any reptile it might encounter, but compared to mammalian predators it might face, it is a bit slow. Its slender body and shorter legs do not offer any benefits for speed. Instead, this shape allows mongooses to remain low to the ground, taking advantage of cover more easily and also enabling it to access the tight spaces and burrows that its main threats cannot follow them into. Other than their short stature, mongooses don't really have any major stealth-based abilities that they use, so their stealth stat is only average as well. Perception-wise, the mongoose is truly one of the most unique builds in the game. If you watched my last video, you'll remember that I spoke at length how important the house cat's snake-like vertical slit pupil is for ensuring high accuracy on its attacks, which enables the cat to parry and counterattack incredibly effectively. Even if they don't have vertical slit pupils, most predators will at least have circular pupils that will allow for optimal forward binocular vision. Mongooses have horizontal pupils. Horizontal pupils do not enhance depth perception and attack accuracy. Instead, the purpose of a horizontal pupil is to broaden the player's field of view, making it easier to detect incoming attacks from the side or from behind. In addition to this unconventional eye structure, mongooses also have an excellent sense of smell and hearing. So how well do these stats and abilities synergize with each other? Honestly, it's a pretty mixed bag. Because the mongoose's stats are generally a bit on the low side, they're not able to outrun or repel attackers. Instead, they have to rely on their digging ability for safety. This greatly limits the potential territory they can explore, as if they get too far from their burrows, it's unlikely they'd be able to escape an ambush. It also means that any player with the ability to pursue them into their burrow completely negates their main line of defense. The mongoose's eyesight is truly a confounding inclusion in an otherwise fairly standard mesopredator game plan. Now, credit where it's due, the horizontal pupils do offer some extra benefits that synergize well with the mongoose's game plan. They offer a slight perception bonus in bright sunlight conditions compared to vertical or round pupils. Because mongooses are diurnal, in direct sunlight, the tan dirt of the African savanna could impede their vision if they didn't have a way to mitigate it. But ultimately, plenty of savanna builds make do without this, so I have to assume the real purpose of this ability is the expanded field of view, which primarily aids in avoiding ambushes. This reflects a higher than normal vulnerability to attacks from predators, which I consider the mark of a less than excellent build if I were to stop things here. But I do think this does have one more important synergy for the mongoose's playstyle. The expanded field of view allows the mongoose to more easily keep track of where its teammates are, improving its ability to coordinate with the movements of other mongooses. This is reflected in its exceptional unity and fluidity at which the mongoose teams function. While plenty of other builds engage in team strategies, mongooses are unique in how tight a formation they're able to hold to. This is surprisingly useful for intimidation, as when the mongoose band moves in such tight formation, they appear as just one mass, which can easily confuse and startle large predators long enough to make an escape. So, how does the mongoose fare in its most important matchups? Even deciding which matchups to include was difficult given how widespread the mongoose player base is, but I'll keep things broad enough that it should be applicable to mongoose mains everywhere. Mongooses famously have an overwhelmingly positive matchup against snakes, due to their venom immunity. This is more important than it first seems. Obviously, it's good to be able to score easy kills and feed the troop, but snakes are also normally the biggest threat to burrowing builds, as they can easily slither into tight spaces and wreak havoc. Burrowing builds that don't possess venom immunity, like prairie dogs, have huge difficulty dealing with snakes, so being able to turn this vulnerability into a strength plays hugely in the mongoose's favor. Against larger predators, mongooses do struggle. They're the main reason they need to remain close enough to their burrows and party members, as without them to aid in escaping attacks, they cannot defend themselves. So against big cats, dogs, hyenas, and the like, the mongoose player needs to take advantage of all of its outs, and work with its teammates to avoid disaster. Skilled players can hold their own in this matchup, but mistakes will be punished hard. Warthogs are one of the most surprising encounters a mongoose can have. Rather than being adversarial, warthog and mongoose players often form temporary alliances. The mongoose team will cleanse the warthog player of all parasite debuffs, and in return, well...
Wait... So the Lion King is true!
The warthog won't really deliberately do anything to help out a mongoose, but simply by tolerating them in close proximity, the warthog is protecting them. Because they're extremely dangerous and normally very territorial, mongooses are much safer when warthogs are nearby, and can venture further from their burrows so long as they remain within line of sight of a warthog. Birds of prey are one of the most dangerous matchups for mongooses. Because their perception stat tends to be extremely high, they will often target you before you've spotted them. leaving very little time to prepare defense or escape. However, because their power stat tends to be a bit lower, often there is a bit of time between the initial strike and the actual kill, meaning that if your team can rally quick enough, they may actually be able to save you from an attack. So once again, while technically quite a difficult matchup, skilled players with reliable teammates should be able to hold their own. Drawing comparisons to similarly sized solo builds like the Weasel and Ferret, their matchup against an avian attacker is a lot more hopeless. This is essentially the story of the mongoose. Overall, it has an unimpressive set of stats and abilities, but because the abilities it does have are primarily focused on enabling team strategies, a troop of skilled mongoose mains can often be far more successful than you would expect from such an underwhelming build. Overall, I'm gonna have to give the mongoose a mid-tier rating. It has no severe flaws holding it back, but imagine how overpowered a clan of mongoose players would be if it actually had any busted abilities. Like with the mongoose, when a group of individuals functions as one unified cohesive team, it can look pretty impressive and can be a spectacle to watch. However, one thing that may be even more fun to watch is when one player on a team is trying to subtly sabotage the group's efforts. I was recently on a hilarious game show with this exact premise. I know it's weird to think of me as a filthy try-hard human main rather than an omniscient disembodied voice, but it's true, I do exist in corporeal form. The incredibly talented team at Wendover Productions and Jet Like the Game invited me to be a part.
This is already finished the video. This is bad. I'm going to take a small break by playing games. No, I'm not going to like turn off the streams and all. Play a little bit of game. One of the reasons why I kind of like stopped like doing like, you know, like afternoon stream is because I always like start my Wuthering Wave game around like 2, something like that, and then I play like the daily stuff. Once I finish, it's kind of already like an hour or so, and then I'll be like, if I start stream at 4 or 3, and then I'll just like stream for a bit, and then I'll have to go to eat dinner, and then I have to come back, and then I have to go to take a shower, and then I have to do this, I have to do that. By the time I finish everything, I'll be like, hey, let's sit here a little bit and read a little bit of webcomic. And then once everything finished, and then it's like 10 p.m. now, and I was shit, I need to do the drawing, and then I draw until like 3 to 4 a.m. and then I go back to sleep. This is not a very healthy way to do it. It's not a very healthy way. But yeah. I should turn on the game. I need to save up some of my gran. I still do work in between, but you know, when I do like drawing stream, I kind of like just sat there, I keep drawing nonstop. When I'm streaming, but when I'm not streaming, I kind of like just read one chapter, maybe do a little bit of drawing like 10 minutes, and then go back and continue read like one chapters and you draw like a few minutes. It's basically like just come and go. Okay. Game scene. So there's a lot of interruptions when I'm drawing, like off stream, so it's not really valuable for like, you know, doing actual. Sometimes I think I'm kind of like tired because my brain needs to update on lots of stuff. Oh yeah, I can't. Properly. If I play games right now, it's just going to be Lag. Can I fix? I don't think so. Hold on a little bit. You figure this thing out. I'm trying to do some things. Do one thing, 5 more things pop up to be an issue. First thing first. Camera. Yeah, because I can't run my VTube studio while I'm playing games, it is a headache when I have to do that. Maybe I should. Here's the thing: I made so many like animated reactive for everyone. I never made one for myself. Maybe I should make one for myself, like for just playing games in the futures. Yeah, basically, like, is a thing that only responds to. It basically you can put like 2 image, or yeah, you can put like 2 to 4 image for your Discord to link your Discord. So when I talk, it will switch to a talking image. When I'm not talking, it will switch to a non-active image. That's how most of my commission, where most of my animated reactive commission is. You can put pictures, you can put GIF. So you end up in situations you can like put quite a lot of stuff. So in some sense, it's like it's like a temporary VTubers like phase that not using a lot of computing power. A lot of people actually prefer that than using a VTuber like for a long time ago, because it is resource intensive. So yeah, that's that. No, the controller is running out of battery. Let's charge that controller first. because I'm doing like the stream mode. Like the most getaway I can do it. That's not to stress my screen as much as possible. Is my VTuber kind of like smooth or not? If it's not that smooth, I don't know how to fix it.
さあ、マイルとしよう。
I have to grab 2. In order to able to I just don't like dropping FPS, but I also do not want my game to look like shit, so. And I'm in situations where it's very difficult for me to do lots of things. Oh, wrong thing.
私についてきてください。
Okay, claim 2. That's it. Okay, continue. I need to do a little bit of setup first before I can like properly like do this. I want to do some special boss fight, but
悩みがあるなら何でも聞くよ。
wow, lots of bullshit too. Like, fuck. I still need like 2 more rounds in here. Okay, let's grab 2 more. Not even close. Come on! Yay! Again, another one. And then another one. Oh, no, I ran out of. Where do I get more Lolo stamp? Oh. Obtain 1 or 2 Lolo stamp and guidebook. Okay. Yeah, I need to reach 100 to get another go again. Well, I need to go back in there anyway, so. I really need asteroid. Yay! I got one. Yeah, investment on the weapon side of thing is always one of the most difficult things. Oh, I need another one. We have enough money for this. Yeah, still need to go for one more daily quest. Right, painter. Yeah, this is why like this thing. If I really need to do fast, I can just finish it in 1 day, but not 1 day, 1 hour. Just go around, do some daily quests. Sometimes have some event. Go for some event. And can keep my brains up a little. And just going to skip this. Sometimes daily quests just repeat and stuff. Okay, got all the daily quest stuff in. I can go redeem. Yeah, fuck you mean bullshit. Yeah, my luck is bad. Still not enough to end. Yes, not enough. I'm trying to get through the matrix, but use bullying for this. But my bullying is shit. You know what? Let's try it out. Holy shit, did he just one-shot me? Bullying died just immediately. Nope, I really need to like buff up. You cannot enter that stage half-heartedly. You really need a complete team. I've been trying to raise bullying for quite a while. It's just that it's not like the best at the moment. But technically, I got a better version of bullying. But
新発見があるといいですね。
Yep. Yeah, I never really like use any rectifier people, so I end up just not having a lot. Good tricks. Instead of using
焦らないで、ゆっくり待てば敵はおのずと現れる。
Just on the no. Good shit for them. I'm playing the long game, but man, got lots of them. Don't worry, I still have point shot. Buy everything I have. Use everything I have. I think I bought the wrong thing. I bought all the seal tube. Man. Literally the best. I think I can. Let's try it out. Try it out. No. Go try. You. Not even enough of scratch. 500 point. Literally, the 1 point OT missed. One Tenica is not like useless. It's not like full on. It's not like full backup team in the first place. So. Oh, I know why. Level 1 sword. Oh, I have so many weapons, but I let him pick like the level 1 sword. Inky level 1 sword. But proud to fight here. This is have very now. The rest of the team is kind of like, will do fine. I think. Hey, hi there. Going to use the lustrous razor. Double check. Because my OBS crashed. Have I ever streamed a time that I don't really have like any good? Okay. Oh wait a minute. It's like echo skill increase. Ooh, I feel like this one is good for the fire team I currently used. I feel like that's a little bit unoptimized. I need to go modify first because there's outthrow skill. And his outthrow skill is improve. Incoming resonator will have 5th fusion damage check amplify and basic attack amplify. Switch out. How about this one? This one. Heavy attack. They both kind of like buff each other's, but I think buffing Lupa at the moment is the most important. This guy just grabbed me. I forgot. Can't actually. Another my character can actually get a single hit. Oh, thing will turn away. Wonder there's no one there. Should be coming back. I don't know when that happened, but yeah. Yeah, I don't know what happened there too. It's just a lot of technical issues coming here and there time to time. Now it's fixed. My back. My poor back.
Order! Order! Today in court, the Hulk, represented by She-Hulk, attorney-at-law, is suing the Avengers for unlawful termination, defamation, and unpaid severance. Today is the first day of deposition. The defense includes Tony Stark, Captain America, Wasp, and Thor. represented by Matt Murdock, attorney at law, also known as Daredevil.
Hey, that's a secret, you hear?
The other way?
Why'd we have to pick the blind one?
Prosecution calls Hulk's former employer Iron Man to the stand.
Look, I think this is all a big misunderstanding. We had to fire the big guy. He's a ticking time bomb.
Actually, Hulk has PhD.
Okay, see that? He's calm enough to do callbacks now, but give him the slightest thing and you'll throw a fit. And his fits normally involve violence. Actually, exclusively. They exclusively involve violence.
So then are we to believe that you'd hired the Hulk with the belief that he'd be well-tempered?
Well, not exactly, but...
And is it not true that anger is what gives him power in the first place?
Well, it wasn't just that. I mean, you name it, and he's done it. Extended breaks, not sticking to schedule, stealing office supplies.
Is that so?
Yes, I mean, the guy stole, like, what, 4 staplers from the office? Why does he need 4 staplers? What does the Hulk need to staple? He can't even use those to begin with. His fingers are too big. It was purely malicious.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, well, would the prosecution like to bring any other witness to the stand?
Yes, Your Honor. We ask the Hulk to take the stand. Mr. Hulk, what would you say to the accusations made by your former employer?
Hulk, not crazy guy. Hulk, very relaxed most of the time.
You tried to pop my head because you thought it was a bird on account of the wings. What kind of reason is that?
Hulk never calls such events.
To add credence to the prosecution's character, we now bring our next witness, Dr. Banner.
Wait, what?
It is my scientific observation that these guys are liars. The Hulk isn't like that at all.
Objection, Your Honor.
On what grounds?
On the grounds that it's the same guy. You can't testify on behalf of the Hulk. That is him. That's him. That is the Hulk.
Is just your attorney blind, or is it all of you? Because that certainly is not the Hulk.
Are you kidding me?
He's not even green.
No, I refuse to believe that. Everyone knows he's the Hulk. Everyone knows
Your
that.
Honor, they're trying to intimidate my client.
Your Honor, that man is a liar.
Order! I demand order in my courtroom. All right, this court will be in recess until we can all agree to act like adults in spandex. Court dismissed.
I don't know if this is gonna go our way anymore. I just don't know.
Hey, now, don't get blue. It's still too early to say.
The guy walked out, turned small, walked back in, and nobody seemed to care. I mean, God forbid if we lose, it could mean millions.
Oh, no. Anyway, so are we good on pizza?
Oh, some garlic knots if they have them.
And extra pizza.
Yeah, that's the idea.
Wait, are you guys seriously ordering pizza at a time like this? You guys can't be serious.
He makes a good point, gang. Let's do Chinese.
Ooh, Chinese sounds good.
And extra pizza.
No, what I mean is, wait. You guys think I'm gonna take the fall here, don't you?
No. Yes.
Yeah, I knew it.
Tony, come on. You're the guy with the cash.
Oh, is that right? Let me guess. Who'd be paying for this little mid-crisis snack?
You'd be mad if I said you, right?
Here, Chief. It'll mean so much. This one's on me. Keep the change.
Cap, what is this?
That there's hard-earned Americana, my friend. Not to mention my shiniest nickel.
See, you've been unfrozen for a while now. You understand inflation, right? Like, that. This is worth...
For my nickel.
Was it millions? Were you even following? Like, can you fathom that number in dollars?
I prefer the nickel.
Listen, Chuckle Fucks, I am not taking this on the chin, all right? It's about time we all pitched in for once. I mean, come on. I gotta pay for the mansion. I paid for all the suits to be repaired.
What about the money suit?
What money suit are you even...
The money suit. The Iron Man suit made of money. The one that burnt up in the atmosphere because it was made of paper. Paper money. That money suit.
Maybe
if you didn't fire the guy over nothing.
Hold that indelible banner, gang. Our break's over. We need to get back to the court ASAP.
Well, I'm definitely not going to make it back there in time on foot, so how are we doing this? Do I hold on to your leg, or...?
Oh, right. You can't fly.
Oh, son of a...
Worry not, my friend, for I shall venture this journey with you.
Well, geez, Thor, you could have just flown out without me. Well, I guess you just aren't that kind of guy, are you?
Yes, Thor is just not that kind of guy.
What are you doing?
All right, 1 coffee, black. That'll be $2.
Oh, but Avengers discount.
I'm sorry, sir, but as I explained, you being an Avenger doesn't constitute any sort of military discount.
But I'm green.
Nor you being green.
Oh, look at us hands.
Glad to hear.
And that's why if you put a slice of ham on a penny, they call it a Tuesday.
I'll never get that time back. Hey,
Well, okay then. I believe we're just about good to go. How say everyone else?
We're ready, Your Honor.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Use your words, Mr. Man.
We're still doing this after he destroyed half of downtown New
I
York?
asked the defense to keep their comments pertinent to the case at hand.
Pertinent to the case? What do you call that?
Was that not already there?
Was what not already
That's
there?
enough for me. Moving on.
Don't build self-destruct.
What art thou doing?
Trying to order one of those phone call things, but I can't register for it. Damn thing asks me for my birthday, but doesn't include any years past the
Couldn't
quarters.
thou just put the latest date and call it a day?
And what?
No,
Lie to America. You want me to lie to America?
I suppose not.
Why don't I just register you? When were you born?
I was born in the age before man conceptualized time.
Oh, what a great help you are. Before man conceptualized... What the fuck? The defense calls Spider-Man to the stand.
Hey, how's it hanging?
Spider-Man, during your short tenure as an Avenger, how would you say your salary compared to that of the Hulk?
Wait, they got paid?
You know, this is where they shot the scene from Ghost.
What?
The scene where he kicks the can.
No, it isn't. How could you
It
know
is.
that?
I just saw it yesterday.
No, it's a subway car. They all look
Look
the
at the
same.
seats. Just the
They're
same shade
all
of
like
green.
that.
Same
There's
exact
no
shade.
way you could seriously tell which car they use.
Nope.
What do you mean, no? The defense calls up the Invisible Woman. What would you say of the character of the Hulk, Mrs. Storm? Her silence speaks volumes. This can't possibly be the right way.
No.
The court calls to the stand Tony Stark.
Oh, believe me, I can tell you a lot about that wonderful Iron Man character.
Overruled. Come now, Mr. Stark. You cannot testify on behalf of your own character.
Well, why not? They did the same fucking thing.
Order! Order in this court!
You're the one out of order, you big baby looking.
We should have started with this.
When you're right, old chum. Honestly, I don't even know how I got here. Is this about the Robins? Because the last one was just you, baby. Child labor laws don't apply to that one. We made it. Just in time. Now, let's get in there and make a difference. Oh, there you are. Sorry we were late. How'd it go? Did we win? I can't. You're wearing the helmet. I can't read whatever expression this is supposed to be.
We're settling out of court.
Oh.
Oh, wow, that really was her.
All right. I mean, this isn't so bad, right? I mean, what can he really expect from us?
Janet, we're superheroes. We fly and shoot lightning. He can literally ask for anything.
Well, if he asks for my shield, that's not happening. No go, friends.
You're giving him that fucking shield.
Excuse me.
All right, let's
I
relax.
said you give him that shield. I'll give him whatever it is he needs, but in equal shares with the rest of you. That means a shield, your hammer, or your wings, or are those wings? They're like jets
No,
or
they're wings.
finger wings.
Thor shall not bestow with anything this unload immortal. Oh, you are gone!
You're a god with a pension, Sparky. Who pays for that? Huh?
Maybe if you'd inspired the guy over nothing, we wouldn't be here.
Oh, look who decided to be part of the team. You weren't even there.
Yes, I was. I was just really small. I do that.
Thor goes bullshit.
You know, oh my God, nobody else is doing it.
Wouldn't you lot stop to breathe for a second and look at what's happening? I mean, come on.
All right.
Where does this
Good
get
night.
us? What? When we removed the Hulk from the Avengers, maybe we overlooked some consequences, but we made that decision as a team. And as a team, we stick together through thick and thin. Well, men, we're in the thick of it. Whatever it costs for us to keep this team in one piece, I pay so gladly, as I know regardless of what we all may say in the heat of the moment, you all would do the same. So, am I right?
When you're right, you're right.
Sure have a way with words, Blue.
Aye, for whatever happens today, I hope to see you all in the great halls of Valhalla.
Well, it's a legal proceeding. It's not to the death, but good spirit, though.
Well said, Cap.
Whoa, what the fuck? Where'd you come from?
Well, I was here the whole time. I was just really small. I do that!
Avengers, my client and I have reached a consensus as to our demands.
Well, lay it on us, Jolly Green. We might not like it, but we're a team. Scratch that, we're a family. We're the Avengers, goddammit, and we're ready for whatever you throw.
Bats.
What?
Bats. Hulk rib bats. Look a lot. Need more. 21st, baby. Fuck you!
Yeah, screw you!
All of this for pants. You're an asshole,
No,
you know
I'm a
that?
fool! A fool, I
And
say!
I've been here the entire episode! I was just hiding!
$1 million! I won $1 million! God damn it! What did he ask for? Was it pants? It was fucking pants, wasn't it?
It was pants.
Hey boys and girls, thanks for watching. This is probably one of the biggest productions we've ever had so far. I want to give a really big thanks to Ross and his team over at Pencilmation for doing the editing. If it weren't for them, this whole video just would not exist. I want to thank Voiceover Requiem and Miles from My Gums Are Bleeding for being part of the writing team. And finally, the voice actors, which included Voiceover Requiem, but there was also Jaded Lane, Manda Bear VA, and Chris Voiceman. If you guys like this longer form kind of video, let me know in the comments below. I'd really appreciate it. If this is something you guys want to see more of, then we'll get to work on it. If not, then I'm sorry. We'll go back to the 3-minute format, Steve. I'm sorry, Steve. I know you told me not to do it, but I wanted to try.
We're in ancient Egypt.
We meet again, Pharaoh. Did you really think something as trivial as life and death could prevent me from getting to you? Well, I finally arrived. And now, prepare to
Whoa. Hey now. First off, hello? How are you?
Yeah, hi.
Secondly, how are you here right now? Was it old age? Because if so, you look fantastic.
Oh, I'm not dead. Using Kybercorp technology, I've transferred my consciousness into the Egyptian afterlife. Also, we can have our final duel to determine once and for all which of us truly is
I
king
don't have
of...
any cards.
What?
I said I don't have any cards. We're in ancient Egypt.
Fuck!
I'm sorry.
That is like the entire reason I'm here. I translated the mortal plane just to...
Whoops.
Do you realize how much this cost? How long it took for the technology to
Could have
exist?
gotten the same effect with a bullet to the head. An Egyptian bullet. We're in ancient Egypt.
Well, what do you have here?
We have Puyo Puyo and that one triangle game they have at Cracker Barrel. We don't know how to play it either.
Can't you just manifest them or something? Isn't this like heaven?
No. Did one too many mind crushes for that. We're a few tiers down. We got an ice cream machine once, but no electricity, so that sucked.
Huh.
Tell me, how's the world of the living doing these days? Does Yugi still have that ridiculous haircut? Oh, and did you guys remember to mummify me?
What? No, you didn't even leave a body.
Yep, that explains it. That was a pretty big deal. I mean, there is still Yugi.
No.
Come on, you could at least ask him.
No.
He's gotta, get the brains out from the nose with a... I'm making it sound worse than it is.
Normally I jump at the idea of hurting Yugi, but I've got to be honest, I'm very disappointed right now. I broke into the spirit world, and all I get is what? Irrefutable evidence that there's life after death? What a joke.
Hey, I might not have my cards, but you know what I do have? Giant slabs of stone. Come on, we've got all the classics. Faint outline of a dragon, another faint outline of a dragon, left arm of Exodia.
Well, the game's changed a lot since you left, Hero. A lot of cards have effects now. A lot of effects.
Well, I can always order some new ones, but it might take some time to carve in the text. Because they're made of stone. We're in ancient Egypt.
How would you even move them around?
Oh, I've got a couple of guys.
A couple of guys? You got a couple of guys moving stones around in ancient Egypt?
Do you think I own slaves?
Well, I didn't say that.
Because I totally do.
Oh.
Look around. Did you actually think their ideal afterlife was working? Well, maybe Jerry. I think he enjoys it. I like Jerry.
That's kind of fucked.
Says the CEO of a major company. That's just slavery with extra steps.
Those steps are that I pay them and they're free to leave.
Point still stands.
No, it doesn't.
I'd love to continue our chat, Kaiba, but I see now that you're actively disintegrating.
Oh, I guess my time's running out.
What does that mean? Do you go back to the living world, or are you dying?
I'm not entirely sure. I'm kind of scared.
Well, if you are dying, can you do it somewhere else? It'll make a mess, and Jerry's on break.
But even if I did die, wouldn't I just end up back here anyways?
What, you? I said I was only a few tiers down, not where you're going. So if that's all,
Wait!
And it's not...
Before I go, I need to know! Was I ever good enough?
Kaiba. Not really, no.
Oh.
I think I heard Yugi beat you. Yugi runs Waterpon. Waterpon.
Yeah, I get it. Thanks.
Oh, by the way, you want to know something interesting? Do you remember Charlie Chaplin?
I guess.
Well, he's here too.
Wait, what?
Yeah, Charlie Chaplin, the silent movie star, died and went to the Egyptian afterlife. Can you believe that?
Wow, that is weird.
Right? Wait, here he is now. Hey, Charlie. That is not Charlie Chaplin.
Hey gang, hope you enjoyed the video. Big shout out to Little Karibo for providing the voice of Gammy in this video. He's a friend of the channel. We love him. We love him so much. He's celebrating 20 years of Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged, so if you want to watch him watch some of those old episodes on stream, check out his channel in the description below. And as always, this video is brought to you by GamerSupps, who's currently celebrating their Christmas in July sale. You can buy some stuff, get some free stuff. It's free stuff with stuff you buy. You know, that's a
Means
deal.
that bullet is
That's
an
a deal.
Egyptian bullet.
Just make sure you use code SOLID for 10% off. Also, it
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Richard Inbutt, here today to talk about his brand new movie, is the one and only Spider-Man. Spider-Man, thank you for coming on the show.
Thanks for having me on.
All right, so we have a few questions about the movie we'd like to ask, if you don't mind.
Not at all, just no spoilers.
Of course, all right. So, Spider-Man, where were you on 9/11? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. I don't know if it came through correctly.
Well, that's all right. Let me ask you again. Where were you on 9/11?
That's your question.
Well, the people want to know.
Okay, but that what does that have to do with the movie?
Well, I'd say it speaks to the character of Spider-Man. Should we root for him? Where was he?
But if it's a little bit out of left field. I feel a little ambushed.
Much like how the people of this city were ambushed?
Wow, okay.
Are you having a hard time answering the question? Is that it?
I'm having a bit of a hard time. When you called me, you invited me on. You said this would be about...
It's a simple
question.
question.
You said this would be about the movie.
It's a simple
Are you
question,
going to done something to stop it?
We've seen you do similar things before, Spider-Man. I don't see why not.
Don't say that. Don't say that.
Do we have a clip? Do we have a look at this?
This
You
is
can
a
see here,
movie.
there's a helicopter flying,
This is a
and
movie.
right
This
there,
is
stop.
not
And there's the Twin Towers right there, Spider-Man.
That is a helicopter. That's way smaller. It's way smaller than a fucking Boeing plane.
All right, so you're saying it was the size of the plane. That's why you let it happen.
I didn't let anything happen. I'm not the only hero in New
You
York.
know who was there, Spider-Man? Dr. Doom. And you know what? He was weeping. Does he care more for this city than you do?
Oh, that's just performative.
Performative bullshit. You say that's performative, Spider-Man.
don't
he
even
was
start that.
weeping
He's
because he
Dr.
cared
Doom.
for
He's
the
evil.
city.
I
Where
don't
were
want
you?
you
You had
crying.
no answer. You could have done got anything
I don't
to
know why
stop
you
me
would
with
question. He's done the same thing like 15 fucking times.
Please,
I don't know.
please stop swearing, Spider-Man.
Ask me something about the movie, Spider-Man Brand New Day. Ask me something about that.
Well, you know who didn't get a brand new day?
Don't say 9/11.
Everyone who died on 9/11.
my God.
None of them got a brand new day. Because they died in 9/11.
Please ask me something else.
Fine, let's see what else we could ask you. What other questions do we have? And we have nothing. It's all 9/11. You have to answer the 9/11 question. We have you for 30 minutes. We have to fill out the airtime
30
somehow.
minutes? So, how was it? What was it supposed to say for 30 minutes?
That's how long we have you for. All right, we're going to allow some callers in now. If you would like to ask Spider-Man your 9/11 related questions, please call the station
It doesn't
now.
have to. It does not have to be about 9/11.
But it can be.
You can ask me my secret identity. I might say
Caller number 1, you're on the air.
Hi, Richard, big fan. I'm glad we're finally asking these questions. Spider-Man has dodged the 9/11 question for as long as we've known him. I believe that it's time that he finally faced the music and just tells us
That's the
where
Green Goblin.
No.
I know it's you, Goblin. I know that's you on the phone.
I
know it's you. Come on, you've done way worse to this city. You've blown up towers and bridges. Come on, I don't want to hear this.
Spider-Man, this might be a shock to the spider senses, but the people of the city just want answers. You have to let them
You know,
out.
I was biting my tongue, but I'm just going to say it. This city has experienced way worse than 9/11, like every other day. There are people coming in
Portals
from
are
space,
blowing
blowing
up
up things,
towers,
meteors
Spider-Man.
flying from the sky.
Spider-Man, you
Different
cannot really be
portals.
comparing.
Galactus came down. He tried to eat the city. Where was I? I was swinging
Let me
around.
talk.
I was doing my
Let me
part.
talk. All right, look, we're not going to ask the question. All right, we're going to move on. We don't need to ask the question. Clearly, you're too sensitive on this
I
topic.
took a few hours out of my day to be. I'm Spider-Man. Why am I
just
here?
wanted
Why
to
am I
ask.
crucified on live television?
We apologize. We'll move on. We'll drop the subject. We'll allow a caller in, and we'll wrap it up.
One
all right?
last one, and I'm done.
All right, caller number 2, you're on the air.
Spider-Man.
Listen, I know for a fact where Spider-Man was that day, and it would have been impossible for him to stop it. Because he was flying one of the goddamn planes! He's a menace! 9/11 Spider-Man!
Hey gamers, hope you enjoyed this one. This is like the most out there video I've ever done. I don't know, I hope you enjoyed it. A big shout out to Amazing PS.
Every time we fight. So the only solution I have now is to just pick him up, fly into space, and then just chuck the guy.
Couldn't that kill him?
Well, if it were anyone else, maybe, but he keeps coming back down, so I assume it's fair game.
Really? You assume? You ought to be more careful, Superman.
You know, for someone with a very famous no-kill rule, you don't really seem to follow that philosophy yourself.
What are you talking about?
Okay, when you say no kill rule, what exactly do you mean?
I feel like it's pretty easy to understand. I will not take a life. I will not kill someone. That's it. That's all it is.
All right, but you can admit it's been a bit of a gray area.
No, that's pretty black and
Yeah,
white.
but it's not like nobody dies in a fight with you. Yeah, how about like that time you were fighting the Joker and he fell to his death?
The keyword fell. He fell to his death. There's nothing I could have done. I didn't do anything.
Is that all that happened?
He started.
Okay,
Really?
come on.
He's a scary guy. Besides, again, I didn't kill him. He fell. I didn't help him up, sure, but that doesn't mean I had to kill him. I'm not responsible for that. The gravity got
Well,
him.
isn't that a nice moral workaround?
Oh, get off your high horse, mister. I almost did a genocide.
You do that one time. You do that one time.
Look, as heroes, we've all got to make concessions. I don't like to commit violence, but sometimes that's the only way to stop crime.
Don't say that like we're all doing the same thing. There are levels to what we do. Like there's the level where we're at, where we punch and kick people around and then throw them in jail, and then there's the level of you where you put them in like fucking forever comas.
What I'm hearing is I'm effective.
Batman, the same way that you were like the peak of human capability, I think you have actually hurt people to the brink of what's possible before death. Like the actual 1 percentile.
All right. I admit I'm pretty fucking awesome, and I kick the shit out of people. No powers, by the way. No powers.
That's not this episode.
And maybe I do go a little far. You know, maybe someone jaywalked, and now he's not able to do much of that anymore. But you know what? Still kicking. Still alive. He's still able to move around. Come on, he's got his tongue. He can go move it around.
Do you find that funny?
It's effective. I'm sorry. If I break all their arms and legs, you know, they're going to eventually come back, maybe. They're not dead, but they're sure as hell not going to do that shit again, are they? They're reformed.
Okay, but that's not reforming them. That's reforming them, like physically. Like they're not the same shape anymore.
All right, what I'm hearing, though, is that I'm completely right, that I don't kill anyone, and it's totally fine that I keep doing that.
Have you seriously not taken any responsibility for a life lost?
Well, there is one. Jason Todd.
Jason?
Yep, and I've got to live with that.
He was beaten with a crowbar and then blown up.
That one's on me.
That's the one time. It's not on you. That's the one time.
That one's on me.
I don't know why we're expecting consistency from this guy when we've seen how he's handled his no-gun policy.
No. I have never used a gun. I have never shot a gun. I've never shot a gun at people. I've never shot a gun at people with the intent to kill them. That was the 40s. It was free game.
Oh, come on.
They had their kids in the mines, and you could buy meth at the convenience store. There were no rules.
Look, Bruce, we've all been there. No one here wants to kill people.
Depends on the writer.
But we've all been pushed to the point where there was nothing else we could do. The best thing we could do is to make sure we never have to do it again, not pretend like it's never happened.
Look, to tell you the honest truth, we have all died. so many times. I've died multiple times, and I don't know. I guess like the sanctity of life has just been completely fucking lost on me. I mean, you know, the whole world has died, right? Like the whole world has been wiped out. The whole world, everyone. There can't be anything after this. How would that even work? How the fuck would that even work? Would there be like 3 of us there? 4 of us? Like everyone? This is the shit that goes on in my head. You guys do not worry about me enough.
Look, I just need you to understand this one basic thing. Just because you don't actively kill someone doesn't mean you're not partially responsible. If someone falls off a cliff because you didn't help them up, it's on you, man.
Well, I'd argue that...
Your logic is just very dangerous, Batman. I mean, if someone were to use a gun, right, and they shot someone, are they killing them, or is it the bullet flying through the air doing it? Is it the gravity, inertia, all that bullshit? Is there any way to even tie someone to a murder ever again?
Huh. Well, I've never thought of it that way.
Right? Right, yeah, look, we're all friends here. You know, we just wanted to have a dialogue, just talk it out and see where Batman goes.
Surprise! It's brought to you by GamerSup. Are you shocked? And if you act fast, you too can own your very own tub of Just Melon. It's Just Melon, and this is the art that you can feel comfortable leaving out on your desk. Just use the link below or use code SOLID for 10% off, and make sure you're buying the right print on it, because I mean, maybe that other one's the right one for you. I don't know. I don't know how you operate, man.
I get all this work done just so I can miss the deadline. Look, I need you to understand, I suffer from my art. This hurts. You're probably all like, bro, they make pain meds, just down some ibuprofen. Firstly, have you seen how small I am? I can't eat one of those. Second, I don't believe in modern medicine. I'm like Steve Jobs before he... I'm like Steve Jobs. Frogger's origins came from a simple and fun place. Frog sex. Rumor has it that in 1981 BC, before I was Konami developer Akira Hashimoto saw a frog trying to cross the road while waiting for a green light. Dude got out of his car, carried the frog across the street. After that, he got to thinking, what if I was the frog? And then led development on Frogger. Or that whole story is a lie. Who knows? What's honestly far more interesting, in my honest IMHO opinion though, is how the game nearly wasn't distributed outside of Japan. I found this story in a book called The Sega Arcade Revolution. Here is a link to the book. The version I'm going to tell you is very condensed, but to my knowledge, also entirely true. Legend tells of a market researcher at Gremlin, one of Sega's subsidiaries. They were called Gremlin. This market researcher, we're going to call her Elizabeth, because her name is Elizabeth. Ellie is the girl boss of our story, a young woman who landed her Gremlin job by calling their co-founder every week for 2 months after initially being rejected for being, quote, overqualified. One of the first tasks she was given was to check the library, a sad, dark room where previously rejected game pitches went to die, and suss out anything worth revisiting. Eventually, she unearthed the Frogger tapes from Konami, and started talking to people about it, but was immediately shot down by her bosses. A bunch of old men who thought that Frogger was cute, and therefore lame and gay. This was a year after Pac-Man, by the way, the most successful video game ever made at that point in time. And another one that Gremlin had previously refused to publish. Elizabeth, an avid gamer herself, remained adamant that Frogger could pop off if given the chance, and so after much pestering, she was able to arrange a pitch meeting with the bigwigs up at Paramount, who owned Sega, who owned Gremlin, who owned Elizabeth. Picture a room full of old, out-of-touch men who don't play video games and a single female gamer in her early 20s all gathered around a conference table. She starts passing around these booklets about the game, right? One particularly stern and dismissive dude has one look at the booklet, tosses it across the table right back at her.
We've already reviewed and rejected this game. It's lame and gay. Only stupid kids and women are gonna play it.
Is that what you said when you rejected Pac-Man? Frogger is a very simple and easy to understand concept.
She had successfully struck a nerve, and she used that as an opportunity to jump into her carefully prepared presentation detailing everything this game had going for it. You could say that it was an uphill battle, which is why she chose to conclude by saying,
All I'm asking for is a prototype for one cabinet to be released in a bar in America so we can see how it performs.
Let her have her goddamn kids game.
The prototype was completed in less than 1 week, record time for Gremlin. Once it was done, the cabinet was shipped off to Spanky's Saloon. I did not make that name up. SpongeBob Sound and Ass Bar in San Diego, whose regulars almost entirely consisted of military personnel. Obviously, leadership expected it to fail, but the location actually served as a perfect testing ground. If the kids' game for women game could work here, it could work anywhere. The machine was set up and the test run began. But before they could even catch their breath, the game was printing money. Frogger was soaking up quarters so fast that the team ended up needing to go back twice a week just to optimize the gameplay. Distributors saw the cash it was raking up and signed on immediately. And once it hit arcades, Frogger in the West went from a game that nobody had heard of to a frog-hold name. I'm talking ports, bootlegs, merchandise, board games, a TV show, hundreds of millions of dollars in revenue. Despite Gremlin's doubts, the game had effectively cemented itself into culture, and 40 years later, gremlins like me are still talking about it. It's also a major plot device in Noobs 2012, but that's a story for another day. Hopefully a day that I am dead. Like Steve Jobs. With the unbelievable success of the game, a home release was inevitable. 1 million people would port the game to 1 billion platforms, but one of the first notable releases came from Parker Brothers, who make board games. Not the Frogger board game, though. Introducing Frogger 2, 3D. Not the second Frogger game, and not in 3D. None of its title makes any fucking sense. Reviewers loved this game. Computer Games wrote that it had, quote, so much complexity that it would be impossible to describe all the game's nuances. Frogger 2 makes the original look like kids
I have to set up the baseline art first. I already got one done. One? Yeah, the background used to be different colors. You get the idea. Different animation, different length. Just a cheap animations, but still, because the nature of like low budget animation stuff, I have to like figure out the way to kind of like just make it as low budget as possible, but still looking nice. So this one is a much more higher budget version of it. Still have a few more movement on the mouth, but since it's a dude and he doesn't really have like a lot of accessory and stuff, so I kind of like didn't have lots of things I can put in it. Really depends on the character design. Sometimes it also can like affect the animation itself, because like this one she have boobs, so I can like draw the boobs like in separate layers. So when she laughed, I can do additional like you know, animation like bounce the booba. So like depends on how the thing works. I later on like doing the animation, I can bounce the booba. And also she also have a tail, so I can animate the tail too. Quite similar to like this particular one I made. Check it out, hold on. Not exactly like the oldest one, but this one. But I still didn't know how to do the layering that well. Different characters have different, like, again, like accessory and like aesthetic. But it depends on what they required.
And women. You know, who am I to judge? Maybe it really is that good. Show me. No, it's my fault. I'm sorry. I forgot Atari games have required homework. So in 3D, there are 3 screens. In the first, you're underwater and have to fight against a horizontal current to get to these, and they'll take you to the next screen. But only sometimes. Second screen is almost Frogger, except you're not supposed to reach the top to advance, no. You're actually supposed to hop onto a duck who will fly you to Frog Heaven, where you must use the clouds to trampoline onto the top while avoiding Clyde. That's Clyde. You know, I can see what the reviewers were talking about. It takes everything great about Frogger, overcomplicates
They didn't
it,
tell
and makes
people
it
how to
control
play the
like shit.
game.
The nuances are impossible to describe. This is the next generation of frog gaming! I'm playing on the Atari 2600. A few other versions exist, but I'm not spending an afternoon learning how to emulate the Apple II just so I can play more of this. Moving on. 1997, Hasbro just got a hold of Frogger's publishing rights. Shortly after that, we got a new entry into the series with Frogger.
Why did the frog cross the road? He didn't. We've rebuilt one of the greatest video game heroes of all time.
Guys! He's back! Look, here's the footage.
And that's fancy for a rebuild game. It's a game as simple as Frog.
That's real footage. That really happened. And that's not funny. Critically praised and one of the best-selling games on the PSX, this one is pretty good when it's replicating the arcade game, but its real claim to fame are the additional levels, which is where the devs really got to stretch their creative muscles and show off their take on the Frogger formula. I do not like their take on the Frogger formula. Partially because they just drop you into a map with no idea where any goals are, but mostly because Frog-ass is too big. How am I supposed to anticipate anything? Like, look at this! Fat fuck! Zoom out! You know, I can see what people were talking about. It takes everything great about Frogger, zooms in, and a year later the game's branding was slapped all over the ports developed for the Game Boy, the SNES, and the SNES. These are all just Frogger. There's nothing more to say, really. A couple years later, Hasbro kept the momentum going with the 5th mainline entry into the Frogger series, Frogger 2.
No matter how dangerous the adventure.
Prep for ER right now!
Hey, sir, you're back at the ER. This one was handed off to Blitz Games. They made Glover. This one is actually really interesting and fun and does some cool frog stuff with the frog ideas the first one had. But it's still Frogger. You don't fucking care. Also, there was a Game Boy game called Frogger 2 that uses the same branding, but you don't fucking care. Move on. With the advent of the 6th gen... Oh, yeah, sure, ad break. I'm not in the middle of a line read, sure. Don't rush off, otherwise you won't survive the onslaught. We're back with more Frogger gaming here on Sex TV. With the advent of the 6th gen, Frogger sought to reinvent himself through the first of many redesigns with the Great Quest. I'm pretty sure Tommy Tallarico made this. The first thing you'll notice is that they removed Frogger's sex appeal. Instead of a dad, he is now a child. And children are not sexy.
I wish I may, I wish I must find a princess before I bust.
Before you what? Now I know what you're thinking, but listen. Look, listen. You don't fucking get it, okay? It's not shovelware. It's actually like a clever subversion. Normally, video games are supposed to be good, but this game gives the worst first impression possible, and it gets you thinking, you know? You start to think to yourself, surely there must be some redeeming qualities. And that's where the real subversion is. Because it instead doubles down by being the worst video game you've ever played in your life. Papa Yeti made one game and then died. This is their one game. This is tragedy. Have you ever visited the literal bottom of the physical barrel at Walmart GameStop? That's this game. If the cabinet was the peak, this is the valley. Welcome to the sewer. The bar is so fucking low. It's like underground. 6 feet under. It's like Steve Jobs. Very magic. Frogger's immortal. Who gives a shit? I paid money to play this. I'm sorry. I don't think it can get worse.
Hi there.
There's a 2!
It's amazing. It's like, you know, it was released on the Game Boy Advance, and yet somehow I feel like we've taken 8 steps back from the first game released on the Game Boy Color. Like I said, it's art, it's a statement, it's the first Frog-type game.
Oh my god, I just realized, you know what this is, Julian? You know what the tongue is?
What?
It's Castlevania.
Oh my fucking god, you're right!
It's absolutely Simon's Way.
This version was made by Vicarious Visions, who you might know from That's So Raven on the DS. I will never talk about it again. This redesign would mark the start of Frogger's flow state. From 2000 to 2013, we saw an average of more than 2 frog-based games a year. Man, I bet the guys working on those games, they had a lot of time. They must have seen their families at least once a year. After his great quest to save a princess to avoid busting, Frogger's friend Lumpy relays a message to him from the Elder Council, sending him on a journey through the Temple of the Frog to recover the 4 sacred elements, a plot that sounds like I made it up just now. Later, the Elders call Frogger back, telling him that to graduate from Boy Frog to Teen Frog, he must venture into each council member's mindscape to prove his worth as a frog being in Frogger Beyond. Then, in Frogger's Journey, the Forgotten Relic, Konami dares to ask the question, what if Frogger was Zelda? The answer, by the way, is that would suck. And he meets Beauty from the International Frog Rescue, part, the Ancient Relic, Hocus, ruler of Magic World. They also beg the question, do you want to see Frogger's high-fidelity feet? The answer to that, by the way, is the end of this era are where the real gems are. Frogger had transitioned away from his disgusting creaturezoid homunculus phase in favor of a little guy aesthetic. After subjecting myself to a dozen games ranging from bad to okay, I was really shocked to boot up a Frogger game that felt like it was made by people. Moreover, it was around this era where the designers really started to hone in on what makes a Frogger game like this fun to play. The controls are responsive and predictable, the varied locations keep things visually interesting, enemy behaviors are challenging but predictable. Overall, it's a pretty novel modernization of the Frogger formula. I just wish that instead of a health system, they had implemented glory kills to encourage a more epic playstyle. Genuinely, if you happen across a cheap copy of Helmet Chaos, grab it. It's pretty fun. It took more than 20 years, but Frogger had finally found his footing. And so it only made sense to completely undermine that fact by completely changing course, again, multiple times. Welcome to the post-flow fuck era. The name of the game from here to 2019 is about what you'd expect. Low-budget live arcade games, rip-offs of other games, old mobile games that are now lost media, and pachinko machine. To be fair, there was the occasional interesting take, like with My Frogger Trials by Fire, which plays the exact same as Helmet Chaos, but now it's also got like pseudo Pokemon vibes. There was also Frogger 3D for the 3DS, which is Frogger. Except actually, this was a ruse. This game is a trickster, because this game's main mechanic is a semi-truck that plows through 4 lanes of traffic all at once, killing all bystanders instantly. Today, the only Frogger games getting made are for the Apple Arcade. There's Frogger in Boy Town, which is just Frogger, but physics-based. It's total bullshit, but at least I tried something new. And then this year, we got Frogger and the Rumbling Ruins. It's fine. Your cursor is an axolotl, which would be fun, except they say things like this, so I hate them. There's one other Frogger game from the fuck era I wanted to mention. By far the most interesting one to talk about for me, and the 23rd entry into the Froggerverse, Frogger 2. The craziest thing to me about Voltex Inc., the people behind Frogger 2, is that everyone who worked there had hopes and dreams prior to developing Frogger 2. The game would be fun, except it's not fun. It looks cheap and inoffensive, unassuming. And that's how they fucking get you. What you need to understand about this game is that it isn't simply bad, like, say, a Great Quest. If I worked at Goodwill, I might be feeling charitable enough to say that this game was the result of a crazy deadline and an underpaid staff, and while that is unquestionably part of it, this international tragedy bled such life from me. This game is so offensively poor, so outwardly, aggressively terrible, that it must hold genuine contempt for me, the player. The director directing this game, they must have just been like, I want the player to feel the way I felt getting this project on my desk. This game is actively malicious. It wants to hurt you. You're not getting it, are you? Look. Here's me on a log. There is a lily pad directly in front of me. As with any frog-like, it is in this moment that I tell the game I would like to move forward. The game responds, fuck you. It was at this moment that I decided to change how many lives I spawned with. This did not change how many lives I spawned with. Again, like most frog-type games, you'll notice that it's grid-based, except for when it is not. When you're on a moving platform, the grid no longer decides where you are. Fate decides. Speaking of platforms, most of them are completely out of sync. Also, the hazard spawn rates are fucked. This leads to cool scenarios like this, where I spent so long on this single platform waiting for the stars to align that Frogger spent more time in his sleeping animation than he did looking me in the eye. Spineless freak. This was one of the more fair moments. Later levels transform the meta from a waiting game to a game of prayer, with situations where you literally cannot survive a hazard unless the Father, Son, and/or Holy Ghost happen to smile upon you. I played this game to completion. I did not enjoy my time. The only reason I chose self-harm is because there's no footage of this game past the second stage. Anywhere. The only people who played this game past the demo are the people who made it, me, and the people who had to QA test it. Yeah, this fucking thing had quality assurance. What were they assuring? Motherfuckers boot up the 360, play this game for 5 minutes, and be like, yeah, it has a quality to it. I think they offered the demo as a warning to stop. Like, nobody's sound of mind would play the first 2 levels of this and think to themselves, yes, more of this. Look, I'm the video game apologist, okay? I'm the type of dude to play games like Halo Infinite, or Homefront, or Sonic 06, or Cyberpunk, and immediately start trying to, if not justify, at least explain the game's shortcomings. Because at the end of the day, I say to myself, at the end of the day, nobody tries to make a bad video game. This isn't a video game, though. It doesn't qualify. This is a few steps away from just mailing the player pure ammonia, a bottle of bleach, and a $10 invoice to their next of kin. I think that I've earned the right to decide the fate of this game's legacy, and I have decided that I am going to kill Frogger 2. I hold on my hard drive possibly the only archival footage of Frogger 2 2008 for the Xbox 360 Live Arcade in existence, besides maybe Nitro Rad, and I choose not to share it. This game will be buried alongside me in Frogger Inferno, which is a real game I did not make up. This game needs to die with me. Next week. I will be dead next week. I'm like Steve Jobs. Hey everyone, you're never gonna believe this, but it's the night before I have to upload, and I am feeling like death. Man, it's deja vu. Sorry, patrons, I'll post your stuff on the community tab like always. Sorry. Would you ever make a video on Halo 2? I don't know. I feel like the video I made on Halo 1 kind of sucks, but more importantly, it covers everything that Halo is good at. I'd kind of just be repeating myself. Where'd you get the idea to use cardboard for filler videos? Once upon a time, before YouTube was my job, I had this habit of just making shitty updates.
Fine. Once Evo had set up that foundation, though, they used yearly installments to refine the formula. By the time we hit number 5...
It wasn't actually called number 5, but...
It was a completely different beast. Lo and behold, when creative people are allowed to fail and given time to refine their craft, they eventually make better things. Case and point, WRC Evolved is really, really good. It handles great, it looks amazing, it's full of personality. I especially love the new navigator. He's always got some shit to say.
Are you aiming for them? You're my fucking best!
Name another rally game where your opponents break down ahead of you, your navigator warns you,
There's a marshal on the road.
you ignore him, you eat shit,
Unlucky, pal.
and then get consoled by said navigator for eating shit. This game is sick as fuck! It's also the last one they made. Cheeky little shits decided to go out by naming their final entry after themselves.
Just like how Metallica stopped making music after the Black Album.
Or how Muse stopped making music after Black Holes and Revelations. Who is they, Matthew? With the success of the WRC games, Evolution had evidently become chill enough with Sony to be granted the gift of make new launch title now for brand new awesome baby console now. Joining such hits as NBA, Tony Hawk, Tony Woods, Tony Madden, NBA Again, and Ridge Racer was Evo's own MotorStorm, a completely new IP. Also, it wasn't a launch title, they just bundled it with a bunch of PS3s soon after.
Fuck you! It did launch with the PS3 since the console only released for us Europeans in early 07. I recall many a broke European moon were spent queuing up at our FNACs, performing Dragon Force on Expert for the broke European hoes I imagined in my head while they performed European fellation on Expert on my broke European peanuts, hoping for a glimpse of the aforementioned gay baby...
Awesome baby machine.
Sorry. Awesome baby machine and its new games.
Fuck you.
Sorry. Personal fondest memory was watching fellow Europeans who knew only of Gran Turismo repeatedly blowing themselves up because they thought the cross button meant go and not blow up. Yeah, we say cross button here. What are you gonna do about it, you Yankee postule?
Stop being mean.
After securing the launch edition of Piss Station 3,
the one with the whole ass Piss Station 2 in it,
from MediaMarkt and an extra 6-axis controller,
the one that fucking sucked,
my dad and I popped in our MotorStorm disc, bursting with piss.
Sure.
The graphics, the sound, the music. Is the second controller on? It is. Oh my god! This game doesn't have split screen! I just wasted so much money! To the disappointment of many a racist, MotorStorm 1 had no local multiplayer, which back then was practically unheard of. Likely because it was a launch title. But my dad had a theory that Sony wanted to force people to buy multiple copies to play online with friends.
Which it is.
My dad also thought Israel had an army of mutated bumblebees with mutated stingers that make their victims gay.
Shut up, dude. No one's falling for that.
No. TVE, which is basically Fox News for the Portuguese, dropped a story in the early 2000s covering a new strain of bumblebees that definitely spread the homosexual through their stingers. After that, they said that the bees were from Israel, where my dad, shaking his head, proudly proclaimed, "I knew it. They're always up to something."
I don't believe you!
This is a true, Julian. You will not cut
So MotorStorm comes out, got it bundled. My 9-year-old expectations were not high. Why are they off-road? Where are the cops? Where's Halo?
Surprise, it's incredible. The festival setting, the slipknot in my ears, the mud in my mouth, the minimalist HUD giving way to dirt and shrapnel being spat in my eyes. It does the thing that the best racing games do. Have cars. It manages to transport you from your sad bedroom into the roll cage of an improvised explosive. You are become awesome, driver of car.
Holy fucking shit! Ed! Are you alright? Ed!
You hear about Hayes? It's the Halo killer.
I can't reach the controller.
Imagine if Forza Horizon was off-road. And a blood sport. And a better video game. Evolution took all the tools they built and all the skills they learned from 5 years of making rally games, threw on some drum and bass, and slapped together an absolute banger video game. I don't know how much time they had to make this, but judging by when the last WRC came out, it couldn't have been long, which just makes the fact that it's functional all the more impressive. Never mind the fact that it fucking rules. You can feel the weight of the car and the way it handles. Everything from your opponents to the track itself feel like they're out to get you. The constant chaos forces you to think on your wheels, like with cars.
If you're not stupid and European, you may notice the little boost bar on the bottom left. Unlike traditional arcade racers where it's earned, here you just have it. And there's no limit to how much you can use it. Instead, simply explode.
This is perfect game design.
I'm not going to disagree, but I will say that you're right. Boosting puts you way over your top speed, forcing you to make quick decisions on whether to use it to overtake, or course correct, or explode. The blast of which, by the way, launches you forward. You are encouraged to win races via explode.
How this game blends silly speed with mechanical depth is quite good.
Yeah, good. I was gonna say that. Yeah.
With upwards of 15 guys squeezed into maze-like tracks, MotorStorm is a rat race. If opponents aren't driving off cliffs or exploding, they're barreling over you or plowing through each other to get to you. And then exploding. To come out on top, you don't just need to be good at race. That's not enough. These vehicle classes aren't just for show. Bikes are quick and nimble, but hate mud and have an affinity for lockers, whereas something like big rigs are an unstoppable force and stupidly fast. But they take forever to get fast and corner like an immovable object. They don't dump all of this on you at once, thankfully. You're given just enough time early on to familiarize yourself with everything. But at higher levels, with no minimap and minimal HUD, and you're European, maybe, you aren't just rewarded, you are forced to learn how different cars handle and which track lanes complement them. God, this game steps on your fucking balls at higher levels. This arcade racing game has fucking knowledge checks. What is this?
It's awesome!
You are true! That said, it's far from a perfect game. The growing pains of a launch title are on full display, sometimes in endearing ways, like with the dinky PS2 ass UI, and other times in more obvious ways, like with the load times.
Hold on, I don't like this car. But considering that this was a launch title from a studio who hadn't made anything like this before, this was certainly an achievement for the cell processor. Thank you, Shuhei Yoshida. Julian wrote down, Ed makes kissing sounds here.
While Evo was finishing up with WRC, their daughter studio, Big Big Studios, was slaving away on their own shit. In 2005, we saw the first fruit of their labor, Pursuit Force. The PSP game that plays like that one part of Uncharted 2, but that's the whole real game where you use nail guns to add fatalities to your justice meter with the Mafia, the Yakuza, paramilitary, escaped convict, and women. This happened to my friend Jared once. Rated 12 and up.
I played this a ton as a kid, and it really shaped me. You can't put a price on justice. Also, I don't care. Anyway, around this time... Oh!
What?
She was flirting with me! Oh!
God damn it, dude!
Fuck!
Wow!
Oh, you're so stupid!
I was
Fuck!
12.
Fuck!
Don't cry. We'll be back.
Fuck.
Seriously, stop.
Recording.
It's weird.
Eyes in the sky.
Welcome to the Hunt for Herobrine. I'm friend Sam. I make video games, and I helped write some of the other videos on this channel. Two pieces of big news. One, I'm probably getting a new stepdad soon, which is huge. Also, Noodle and I started a podcast, and it's pretty good.
Why don't we just sit in silence for the next 10 minutes and so we can think of a funny bit to continue this up with?
The newest episode is now available on platforms, and you can get it on them. So do this.
When your stomach hurt, it can feel like you crashed your car and all your limbs came off your...
Thanks to being one of 2 launch titles and being bundled with every console...
That's not true. There were more than 2 games.
That's what you sound like, dude. Thanks to being one of 2 launch titles and being bundled with every console, MotorStorm ended up selling a carjillion copies and becoming a car-hold name. So Sony did that thing that always works out for everyone. They bought Evolution. With the acquisition came the announcement of DLC for MotorStorm, an explicit statement that nobody was getting laid off. No, really, we promise. I still can't believe that's real. I still can't believe that's
so
literally what
fucking
they
insane.
did.
All right, go on.
Yep. And that we were getting a sequel, Pacific Rift. If I were to be reductive, I would describe this game as the first one, but better. I would like to be reductive. Pacific Rift had 4 times the biomes, 4 times the game modes, 4 times the graphics, 4 times the players, and 1 new car. The monster truck frees players to game the true way Evolution intended. Like Dickhead. Rather than being the fastest, you need only be the fattest. They could barrel over any type of terrain. Rocks, stones, people, gravel, people, me, fuck off. Their massive size being both a boon and an asshole. The tracks got the most out of the good treatment. The variations of brown, like the Cleveland, have been traded in for a handful of discrete biomes, many of which are just straight up breathtaking. Like the Keanu
from the movie.
Mechanically, they were fucking bananas. Evolution doubled down on the maze-like design with late jungle setting, making shortcuts so hard to spot that I'm still finding new paths right now.
I have to take. Gotta eat my dinners, showers, read some webtoon, and continue working tonight. If I have the energy. Which I can breathe again, so my brain should be more functionable today. By the way, yeah, enough work. Finish all the line art, some basic coloring. So yeah, I do it. Thank you very much for watching, guys, and as always, stay healthy, stay safe. Until next time, stay tuned on the next stream. I realize my eyes is on like positions. Why do I keep looking up? Bye bye.